now though, because I hit the actual fucking the blue button on YouTube. I hit the button.
Oh, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Living Splitscreen behind the stage. That's right.
You can tell.
Your backstage pass to what Steele and I got going on. Well, not
Yeah.
all of it.
Not all of it. Not all of
but
it.
but Steele is low key off this morning because he ran and got coffee.
I did. I
So
need my coffee. Needed my
and
coffee injection this morning, guys.
yeah. So not all the guns are firing at once this morning yet. So
Not
we're gonna
yet.
get there.
Not yet. But we were talking about, as we thought we were live, we were bringing up the conversation about the Horizon Forbidden West multiplayer leaks that kind of came up. Let me see if I can put up on my who have not seen. You dropped that?
Be careful. I did not drop them. I can drop them. Tom Henderson just put. I don't know if he actually.
You said be careful. Wow, what happened?
Well, because DMC takedowns. So.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, you're true. That's right.
Yeah.
I'll take that in consideration. But there was some leaked footage out there for the Horizon Forbidden West gameplay. It's early alpha for what it seems. Again, you guys do your research and look up if you want.
2020 to be exact.
Yeah. It looks like it came from 2020. I personally didn't really overthink what I was seeing there. I can't say that because there has been comments made like, well, even I'm not going to say comments. There hasn't been. This is the way that I thought about it when I saw it. It did have a Fortnite, Sea of Thieves aesthetic as far as art style goes. But it's not the only game. Those aren't the only games that have that form of art style. It is unique to see that they are taking. Like they're coming back from some of that realism that they have in Horizon that a lot of people clamor for to give it more of that artsy style. So again, I think that kind of confirms that it is going to be a standalone product. I guess I would kind of assume because Horizon doesn't necessarily look like that. You know what I mean? From what I recall.
But
let's say
here's
the
what I was
out of place.
Here's what that's what I'm saying. If you actually look at the footage and you look at the world and you look at the dinosaurs,
it all fits. Like
those are classic Horizon style. Yeah. So I think the character models are low poly for a reason.
I think that's what it is.
I think that's what it is here. I don't think that the details to the characters have been added. This was just, you can tell it's a test, right? There's totally incomplete assets there. There's generic shit that's placed in the world, but they were just testing like the runaround. You could tell the Dino AI was not up to par. I mean, it wasn't anything like that. So I would take the character models with a complete grain of salt at this point, that they were going to be anything close to that when the finished product. But you could see that they had put up gun posts and stuff to take down dinos with multiple guns mounted to these kind of posts in the middle, which obviously shows that they're going to probably have, some type of mob factor where you and whoever you're running with got to get to these points, and defend them from all sides is what it looks like to me from some of the stuff I saw. But, again, the world itself, there was a lot of detail there. Was it up to, was it up to snuff? Of course not. This is alpha footage from 2 years ago.
And it's also multiplayer. You know what I mean? Multiplayer is always going to have things that you're going to have to sacrifice in the name of quality, right? I'm not saying that it can't be quality. And Gogo brought up Horizon multiplayer. Why? Yeah. Again, you see these different Monster Hunter games. Speaking of Wild Hearts that just showed some gameplay this week, which I thought was actually kind of dope. They're doing something different. That was the one thing that I was worried about, that, oh man, it's just going to be just like Monster Hunter. And to be quite frank, it is offering something different enough that, if anything, it did remind me more so of Monster Hunter World. Speaking on what I saw from Wild Hearts, which is coming from EA, so keep that in mind too. But EA seemingly has kind of left their developers alone and let them develop their games. So I think we're moving in the right direction. As you see with like Dead Space, for an example, that seemingly, again, it's funny to me that the creators of the old game couldn't remake that same magic. But again, it's just kind of what you deal with, man. And it's not like Dead Space Remake reinvented the wheel or anything like that. But and then people also saying that, oh, well, you could definitely say that the quality of Callisto Protocol is better. It's like, okay. And for me, it's like I understand like graphics are cool, like one of the big things for a lot of people. But at what point does I think Dead Space Remake is a good example of gameplay and story mattering more than just graphics, right? Because graphics can be all the prettiest they've ever been and all that. But if your story is boring, if it doesn't have good pacing, if people aren't overall enjoying it, I mean, there has to be something with that. But just go back on the whole thing with the Horizon Forbidden multiplayer kind of thing that's going on. And again, I mean, that's kind of the reason why you're seeing this, because I mean, you have your Monster Hunters, and I do think Horizon would be good as a multiplayer game. I probably would have more attention to it, than I would as a single player currently.
Yeah, and GoGo, I mean, you got to remember Jim Ryan came out and admitted they were going to start doing this, right?
Yeah,
not only and you're right, 12 games as a service in the next few years, but also that their mainline franchises would all have some type of multiplayer aspect to them going forward. That was one of the initiatives that they were putting out there, because again, what are a lot of people say about Sony games, one and done, right? Whether that's real or not, and again, that's a whole nother topic. But the fact is that comment is out there, and Jim wants to change that because he understands that engagement in the games is one of the new metrics going forward in this new kind of age of video games. Whether you like it or not, you want to keep people playing your games. And if these games are eventually going to wind up in a subscription service like PlayStation Plus, then they have to have some reason to keep people around and engaged in those games. And of course, the big one, you have to be able to monetize it, right? You have to be able to monetize it. And where do you get the monetization from? Generally speaking, either DLC or a multiplayer type aspect to the games. And Jim knows this. That's why we've argued, with the Clown Show, the Clown Show's narrative, oh, Sony doesn't have to change. Oh, Sony just got to keep doing what they do, blah, blah, blah. Well, no, Sony themselves know they got to change what they're doing with their games. And the easy way to do is to add a multiplayer aspect to already what are considered great single player experiences. Something they've been missing. So that's exactly what we're going to see going forward.
Right.
And again, again, they're going to continue to do their remasters. We already got the smoke that Horizon's going to be remastered. So that's happening. They supposedly made a deal with NCSoft to remaster Horizon. So that's going to continue to happen. They've got their pipeline where they're going to get their money from. Jim obviously has looked at the situation and decided this is what we got to do going forward. So this doesn't surprise me at all. I can see it. Yeah. They're not going to hit on every single one. They got, like we talked about from the beginning, Steel, they just got to hit on one or two. If they hit on one or two, if Factions blows up, that's great. That's all they need to do. But they're going to throw a bunch of stuff against the wall and see what sticks and what doesn't.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to, and we'll talk about that more during the show and everything. Sorry about that brief interruption of me leaving and whatnot. How to answer?
Oh, this is backstage, buddy. You're right. You're tuning the guitars, you're getting the mic set. We're all good, man. Don't worry about it.
Right, my fault. I had to shake it off a little bit. But yeah, so as you can tell, we're going to have some awesome conversations today. A lot of different things to talk about. For an example, like you see on screen today, for those who are tuning in live, you got Hi-Fi Rush playing for you. It is the first, I want to say about 3 hours of the game. And I'll talk a little bit more about that when we go live, because this is I'm kind of up and down not about the game overall, but I do enjoy it. I do enjoy it. I think it's good. I think it is a tentpole example of doing something different, throwing in some classic gaming elements. And surprisingly, it's not as much of a rhythmic game as some people have tried to make it seem to be. So there's that.
It is. I'll talk about it. To me, it is still. It's
There's plenty. They did a lot of great things, giving a lot of accessibility options.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot that you can do here. Now, if you have your personal quirks about it, because you don't want to tune that down or whatever, then I get that. If you feel like that takes away their experience.
We'll talk about it. It's a me thing, but we'll talk about it.
Which is fair.
Yeah, totally, 100%. What was I going to say? There was something I was just about to say. God dang it! Oh, I was going to say, this is also a prime example, Steel, of letting creatives create.
Right.
This is what you get.
1,000%. And then the whole argument now with, and should Xbox truly get credit? And anyway, we'll definitely get into it. I mean, hey, it's a conversation to be had. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here with us live backstage, but we got to give it to the audio listeners too. So here we go. Gotta play that intro, maestro. Let's
get started.
Ladies and gentlemen, the beautiful people, thank you, welcome, and good morning to Living Splitscreen, your non-console-centric platform talking about everything going on within the gaming industry. I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain, Mr. Live, Raw, and Uncut himself, Mr. RTS View, pulling yourself out of the world, looking at the darker crevices of the map, pulling those resources together so we can build up that foundation to those 3 billion people that Phil Spencer always talks about. And I'll say gamers instead of people, because, I mean, yeah, we're all people, but you got to specify gamers because that's who we're trying to reach out to. Well, if if your auntie wants to listen to Steel and Pong in the morning, tell her it's not a sexual thing. It's not a flick. I know it sounds like it could be Steel and Pong, Pong and Steel. Are you taking anyway? We won't go that far. But hopefully you guys are locked in, tuned in for an amazing show that we're going to have today. We're going to use a lot of that ECP that I've coined, that educated consumer perspective on a lot of the topics that we have today, and overall just our gaming perspective on some of the situations. But nonetheless, I have to introduce you guys to one of the most uncanny gentlemen in not only in the YouTube streets, but just a brother from another to me personally, an amazing individual, can really talk to this brother about anything, especially behind the scenes. We just dive neck deep into a lot of topics, but nonetheless, the X-Men who is not Cyclops, my guy, Pong. So, how you feeling this morning, brother?
Steel, I'm surprised you did not add cult leader to that intro for me.
I should have. My fault.
Since the amazing Randall Thor over on Xbox 2 yesterday, shout out to Rand and Jez, of course, as always, one of the major influences for this show right here, dubbed me the cult leader of the Starfield March date cult. Okay, he dubbed me the cult leader, even though my brother Steel, and I've given Steel the full credit every time we talked about it as being the first on this date. So Steel, I was thinking about this. You're like an oracle, and I'm the prophet who took it, right? And I'm the prophet that took it to the people in a lot of ways, right?
Good way to put
it. Maybe I'm Moses and you're God, and I climbed up Mount Sinai and came down with the commandment.
Well, maybe
Starfield was going to launch on March 23rd.
I like the Oracle. I was thinking more so Matrix. Maybe you're Neo. Maybe you're the one, and I'm just here to give you the information.
For anybody who missed it yesterday on Xbox 2, Randall Thor they were covering the 3/23/23 date for Starfield, which maybe we'll talk about a little bit here too. Later on.
Good show.
And it was a great show, but yeah, I was surprised. I was waiting for cult leader. Anyways, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Living Splitscreen. We are back again. It is January the 28th already. We are moving into February. The news is building up, folks. What a great week. Really great week. We had, as always, there's a balance to all things in life. We had some negative news, but then we had a developer direct come along, which was great. Steel and I were both over, of course, with the rest of the Fun Speculation family live for that. It was a great show. Had some time to talk about it. So we got a lot to dive into there. We got Jim Ryan getting his frequent flyer miles up even more. Jim Ryan flying back to the EC to, again, spread lies, it sounds like. Spread lies. We're going to talk about that as well. But this week, gaming-wise, has been interesting. Well, no, it hasn't been interesting because it's been the same as it has been. Listen, again, Halo Wars 2, I'm back into it. I'm getting not multiplayer. I'm not to that level again yet. But I've been getting it back, getting the skills sharpened again.
Right.
More so just getting back into the RTS kind of mind frame because next week, Steel, we're going to talk about it in the upcoming games. Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition.
Yes, sir.
This man right here, again, for all the clown show that like to say Xbox players don't buy games. Well, guess what? I pre-ordered the deluxe edition. So
nice.
I am getting all the DLC content, and I am ready to rock and roll, get back into RTSs full-time again. So that is coming next week. But so I've been playing Halo Wars 2. Been playing some Dishonored 2 still, rocking through Dishonored 2. God damn. I just love Arcane, man. And I know they're not for everybody. And Steel, I know you're one of those that just never got into Arcane games. But man, God damn, Dishonored 2 Dishonored 2 for even with Arcane fans it was underappreciated in my opinion. You go back through and play it even at 30 frames, which is a shame that it didn't get the current gen update. Because I think a lot of people would go back and try it again if it got that 60 frames. But even in 30 frames, it's so damn good, man. It's so damn good. And then also, Steel, this is the interesting part. And we'll talk about it. We'll go in depth. Again, we'll keep these intros today short because we got to cover hi-fi. We should probably cover that during the
cover the show. And
we'll do all that. But so we'll keep the intro short this morning. But because of the developer direct, Steel, I did re-download ESO.
Nice. Yeah, I heard you say that you were thinking about it or you were planning to. So
I did. Now they've got the free, all the DLCs are open to everybody through the 31st. I was hoping they were going to give it through February. I really thought maybe they would make a major push here and try to grab some people.
They would have pulled in a lot of people, I think, if we would have did that.
Because again, with this type of, listen, folks, I've preached it every time here. Again, I got ESO. I played ESO on PS4. Okay, I've got between 300 and 500 hours. I don't remember anymore how much time I've got over there. It's not cross progression. I can't bring my character over. I was hoping they were going to announce that. They didn't announce that. But ESO, everybody thinks of it as a MMO. Let me tell you something. It is. Of course it is. It's an MMO through and through.
Yeah.
But the amount of single player content that is given in that game, and I've tried to preach that word every time we brought this up,
I'm saying
is ridiculous. If you like Elder Scrolls and you like Oblivion, you like Skyrim, and you're one of those people and you have not played ESO, to me, you're doing yourself a disservice.
Again,
jump into this.
I put 100 hours into it solo.
Right, solo. There's so much content now. It's ridiculous. And I'm glad that they promoted that during the developer direct. And I saw people, again, we'll talk about it more. I saw people that finally listened.
Yeah.
Because they did such a great job at the developer direct explaining this is a single player experience if you want it to be. Yes, you've got other people running around while you're running around. Mav claims it's distracting to him. Whatever. Whatever. You don't have to interact with anybody. And there's so much just classic Elder Scrolls as far as missions go and everything else, characters, NPCs. Jump into it. It's worth it. It's on Game Pass. The base product is. And then you can decide if you want to invest. That's the best part about this whole thing. So I've been doing that still because I did go to one of the DLC worlds, the Dark Elf land, because my characters are always Dark Elves. And I never got to experience that on PS4 because that was one of the later expansions. So I jumped back in and traveled to that world just to see what it was about and started running missions again. And it's freaking amazing, man. Again, I'm an Elder Scrolls stan. What can I say? I'm a Bethesda stan. So it is what it is.
And Tim, he said, I got to try it then. I thought it was a hardcore MMO. And I think that's the common misconception by a lot of people, man, that it's literally not. I think the people running around, I think Elder Scrolls Online is a better example of what I expect out of MMOs, or what I expect out of open world games, right? To feel lived in. And Elder Scrolls Online feels lived in. When you see people running around, you're like, wow, what is he doing? You might follow them for a little bit and see what they got going on. Yeah. So it's like, when I heard Bab say that, it's kind of distracting, I was like, damn, I mean, that's kind of what I would want, because that it's a little bit more attention to detail kind of thing, although it is other people, but it just makes you feel like the world that you're living in has more going on than just the characters that are being placed in front of you, right? So it's 100% single player. You can play, you don't have to play with anybody. And it's been like that since the beginning, honestly. Which is unfortunate that it's been kind of looked at as it's a classic, from what I've heard from Pong, it's a classic. It is, Skyrim Oblivion, Bethesda experience.
It is. The only major difference is obviously if you're running a mission and you walk into a dungeon, right? And you go to a dungeon and you gotta go do something in the dungeon. While you're running through that dungeon, you'll be fighting alongside other people.
Yeah.
Right. So obviously, whatever you're fighting, Daedra or whatever that are in this dungeon, like I was last night, right? They're there, and somebody else can walk up and you both be battling the same Daedra, right? But you both get equal, you both can still collect your loot out of everything in that dungeon. It doesn't lock that out if one person runs through, clears out the loot, and it doesn't matter. It's still there for you. Right. All of that kind of stuff. So that's the only major difference is like you've got extra people running around. Right. The last thing I'll say about this, because again, we should get through because we got a lot to get to today. But if you decide to invest into ESO, right? First of all, the premium is $15 a month. It gives you access to all the DLC.
That's the hardcore. About it though.
But it's worth it if you're going to invest because you get more storage, which is huge. Obviously, anybody who's played Elder Scrolls understands, right? So you get a whole separate backpack for your ingredients that you're going to collect, so it doesn't take up your inventory space, which is huge, right? You get, I believe it's still 1,000. Is it 500 or 1,000 crowns per month into the crown store? So if you're not about paying for all the different whatever aesthetics options and all that kind of stuff, mounts, that kind of stuff. If you join premium, they're giving you coins back towards that crown store. Plus, you got access, again, to every single piece of DLC that they've put out as far as worlds go, as long as you keep your premium experience. So it's a great way to do it. Sure, you can just go buy the latest DLC and you get access to everything else that's been before it as well. So you can pay the $60 or whatever it is right now for the current DLC, and you get all the other DLC opened up. But if you're going to jump into it, the premium experience is it is good. It is worth it if you're going to put time into the game. But the last thing my main point was the ESO community is one of the best MMO communities I've ever been a part of. People will help you out in the ESO community. They are one of the most welcoming communities. If you get into one of those spots where you just want to run raids with everybody, you will run raids with everybody and people will actually do what they're supposed to do. They will help you out. If you need advice, they are there. The ESO community is absolutely amazing. And it's strong. It's 2 to 3 million players per month, I believe is what the current stats are. So it is strong. It's just really a great game. So that's pretty much what I jumped into. Of course, I did download Hi-Fi Rush. I did play through the first level and beat the first boss, and I'll leave my comments to when we get down and dirty with it coming up soon. So, Steel, what have you been playing this week, brother? I know you played Hi-Fi Rush. I know you've been freaking rocking out Monster Hunter Rise nonstop as well.
So yeah. Monster Hunter Rise has kind of been my thing. I've kind of come to a point in gaming, especially as some things are kind of changing behind the scenes for me, getting back into school and everything. So what I've kind of started doing is refining down to, because I've never really been the gamer that I'm not the grazer, right? I like to get when I start playing a game, I like to finish that game. Now, I haven't been doing that as of recently with certain games, but I can also be honest and say there are certain games that I feel like weren't worth completing, or just haven't been able to get my attention enough to complete them. And I feel like you have to be honest with yourself and be able to say those things. But for me, because I have been trying to refine my experiences down, and because again, a game like Monster Hunter Rise, it requires you can't play other games if you're playing this game. You just can't. I mean, because there is that, not only the power fantasy there, but also you're learning the game, base mechanics. I will say, for anybody who's new to Monster Hunter, the way that we were playing Pong, the reason why we didn't understand what was going on or how, it's because you're supposed to play single player content first. The single player content literally, it's easier. It's literally adjusted for one person. They basically show you how to do, like when we doing the whole base building thing, or the tower defense. They show you how to do that in the single player.
Well, that's all right. We figured it out. We got an A.
We figured it out. We got an A. So it is what it is. But when I did it, because I was looking at some videos and I was like, man, just trying to figure some things out. And they were like, yeah, you got to do those outside hub quests or those outside quests first. Because they're the single player focused ones, and they also help you skip tiers for your hub quest. Because at the end of it, once you beat the game that initial time, because that's how you beat the game the first time, what it'll allow you to do is you'll be allowed to take like qualifying tests.
Later, Fifth Horseman. See you later, bro.
Much love to you, man. And if you beat those tests, you could skip the hub quest. For when you do play online, so you don't have to start from the bottom or anything. You can just start off at like four star or whatever and move on forward from there. But yes, I'm currently at the 6-star hub quest. So I've been moving up from there. I got a pretty decently built dude right currently. I'm still behind the ball. Again, Monster Hunter Rise has been out for quite some time. And it's been one of those things. It's been one of those games to where I could sit back, listen to a podcast, or listen to multiple videos. And that's the other thing that I have to throw into consideration too with my gaming, which is why I'll jump into like a Forza or something like that. But sometimes, especially with games like Hi-Fi Rush, for an example, I can't be doing other things and playing this game, right? Hi-Fi Rush, I want to be completely in. I want to hear the music. I want to feel the game, all that great stuff. And there's a lot of other games are like that. But when you have a game like Monster Hunter Rise, where it's just like, hey, get in here, beat the monster, you understand kind of what you're doing. It's kind of more like a grind session more so. That allows you to be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna pull up a podcast. I'm gonna, slay some monsters, get it in, and just have a good time. So I've just really been rocking that out solo. So if anybody, you rock a Monster Hunter Rise on the Xbox, within the Xbox ecosystem, that is PC Game Pass or on Xbox consoles themselves, hit me up, man. Again, I don't mind grinding out with people. That's what the game's about. But I've been having an awesome time with that, man. Monster Hunter Rise has got me back in that mind frame where it's like, yeah, now I'm excited for like a Wild Hearts to drop. Now and it's just there's something about, again, it's that power fantasy. That I think Monster Hunter does really well, Capcom does really well, and again, this game does do things differently from World. There's a lot of advancements outside of just the graphics or whatever, making it look more realistic, because that's the main thing that World has over Rise. But they did a lot of life quality improvements in Rise that I enjoy. So but then the other thing too has been Hi-Fi Rush. We'll talk about that when we get into the show with the developer direct. I have a lot of good things to say about it. I did find myself, I have some not necessarily negative things to say, but maybe it's just because of the style of game. Maybe, I don't know, or the art style. I don't know what it is, but it's not quite hitting that like Nier or Devil May Cry aesthetic that I'm kind of looking for. But it's not that. It's not meant to be that. It's more anime style. It's more anime based. But we'll talk about that when we get to the developer direct. The other thing too is I've been fighting, man. It's like I got the devil on my shoulder, angel on the other hand. I've been literally fighting, not jumping back into Black Desert Online. I got buddies hitting me. I got buddies hitting me up like, yo, Steel, we can get you in there, get you back right, because they have made a ton of changes to make it more appealing for newer players. I know I've said that previously, but this time around, I think within this last year, they made a ton of improvements. One on the one hand, it's like, God damn it, finally, because there are so many whales that are in the game. Pearl Abyss has been getting their money. Well, I should say Black Desert has been getting this money to help support the ecosystem. But the main issue was the time commitment, and then two, also the feeling like you're not moving, right? The progression, you didn't feel like you were progressing compared to people who were spending thousands of dollars on this game every month.
Yep.
And they changed that. Apparently through just a storyline, you can get a lot of good armor, a lot of good weapons, to put you in a really good place to be competitive.
I ain't gonna lie, see that new class. I watched some videos on it. She looks dope, man.
Again, for anybody who is curious about Crimson Desert, that's another Pearl Abyss game that's going to be coming out.
We haven't heard anything in a while.
We haven't. That's going to be more single player focused. I would suggest for you to try out Black Desert Online. It is completely free to play now. They aren't charging for it anymore. I know it was in Game Pass once. Well, it was in Game Pass pretty consistently once it dropped the consoles. But it's now completely free to play. Of course, it's something else like Elder Scrolls Online. It is still an MMO. It's not going to be for everybody. That's another game that is going to require a time commitment. And if you're playing multiple games like I am, that's my main thing, right? If I play a game like that, Monster Hunter Rise is already doing that enough, but I can say, hey, I can fight a couple monsters and then put it down. But all right, I can go do something else if I want to. With a game like BDO, you get so caught up in that grind and being around people, and it could be a life sucker for you for sure. But so I've been kind of fighting that. But other than that, that's really been about it. That's really it. I'm excited for some of the upcoming games that we got. I did skip out on Forspoken currently. Biggest reason is because I am playing Monster Hunter Rise. Now I'm playing Hi-Fi Rush, which is in the Game Pass, so I didn't have to pay nothing for it. But there are some things to say about the overall opinion about the game. Now that's not going to sway me neither here or there. I'm still going to buy the game. But again, it does go in line with what I was speaking earlier, as far as you have to understand that you don't have a lot of time. It's not unlimited. So what you put your time into can be very, you have to be choosy, right? This isn't back in the day where you had just one game and you had to get through it.
Yeah, right. I agree. I got some questions. There you go. Go ahead.
Dogle says, "What class you play in BDO?" I play the Dark Knight. My favorite class. Will always play. That's what I'll always go back to. It was unfortunate when I couldn't choose to make a male Dark Knight. But I love my girl in BDO, man. She's amazing. I love her. I've spent good money on her. So that's the other thing too. Gogo says, "Hey, me too." Hey,
hey.
But what question do you have?
Oh no, I was gonna no. Tim the Sorcerer was asking a couple of people were asking questions about ESO in here.
Okay, guys.
The base install Tim the Sorcerer is right around 100 gigs, I believe, if I remember correctly. I don't pay much attention when I'm downloading. I just delete a bunch of shit and then I download it. But I think it was right around 100 gigs. Talos Ray, the first person view. They've got third person view.
Yes.
So if you are not, try it. Okay, try it. Again, it's an older game. It shows its age. They do an update for the series console, so it's much crispier. Okay, it's much crispier than it was in the past. It's still Creation Engine 1. So, it's not the new one. They haven't updated it. I'm assuming down the line, once Creation Engine 2 is complete, which they continues to update during the Starfield development, I'm sure they'll probably eventually switch over to that and redo it.
Right.
But right now, it's Skyrim, but at a high fidelity.
Yeah.
So and third person is there. So try it out. If that was your main drawback, they've got third person. So do that. Mm-hmm. Fifth Horseman. Who else? Fifth Horseman was asking. He's gone now, but just for everybody knows. Said it gives you all the DLC, but not the most current one. Correct. No, if you join the premium, I don't know if you're asking about what they opened up right now or not. The new DLC doesn't drop till June, right? So no, Necrom is not in there, okay? Because it's not out yet. But So the demo is wide open with everything else that has been out currently speaking. And if you join Premium, if that was your question, if you join the ESO Premium, you get access to everything, including the most current DLC. So when Necrom drops, if you become a Premium member, you'll have access to that day one. Okay,
which is really dope because there's other MMOs who don't do that. Final Fantasy, shout out to you. That will make you pay $15 a month, and you still got to buy the DLC.
Yeah, no. Premium gives you access to everything. So just wanted to get those questions out of the way.
No, that was perfect. And I got Tim saying Spider-Man multiplayer, God of War, called Gods of War. I thought we got that in Godfall.
Yeah,
but people thought that game was more. Again, man, I'm gonna continue to stand on this tree. Like, you guys can feel however you want. People can say whatever. I think that fucking game was a good first game.
It was
for their first game. I think it was a pretty fucking solid game, and I like the concept behind it.
We had a great time.
I brought Pong in there again. We were fucking rocking. So, Lord Master Jasper says Forspoken is like PlayStation's Too Human was to Xbox.
I love Too Human. I'm a Too Human fan. So no, again, I get the comparison a little bit, Lore Master, because Too Human was hyped a lot for Xbox. Shout out to Silicon Knights, by the way. Great developer. Had their issues, but great developer at the end of the day. Too Human was ambitious, and it was supposed to be the next great coming. And it wasn't. It wasn't at all, but it was a great game. And I'm sad that they never got to make. I'm sad Silicon Knights destroyed itself in a lot of ways. But Too Human 2 could have been something very special. They had a base game there. The writing was solid. The story with the gods, again, it's been done time and time again. But back then, it was kind of different take on the gods, the Norse gods. It was freaking awesome. I loved the story behind it. I know people didn't like the movement. Listen, they were trying something new. They were trying something different that really we hadn't seen before. And to me, once you got it down, it worked really well with the twin sticks. I loved the movement in that game. Had a lot of fun. That was before I was big into multiplayer, but I actually joined the Too Human group back then, before pre-launch. Somebody had started a huge clan kind of deal where we were all running together. It was all randos. I didn't know anybody, but we joined up, and man, we had a great time running through Too Human. But no, I understand the comparison, Jasper, in a lot of ways. We've had a lot of those types of games.
Right.
I'm still excited. I'm still interested in Forspoken. If it ever comes to Xbox, I'm going to try it out for sure.
1,000%. And again, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to thank you guys for tuning in this fine morning. 15 minutes we were behind the stage as we started. So I want to appreciate everybody who tuned in live for that. That's kind of where we just get things together, kind of BS around, and just, kind of focus on the chat a little bit. And then gotta hit that live button to give it to our audio listeners that do listen in consistently, actually on a week-to-week basis. So greatly appreciate you guys for tuning in, because again, me and Pong could be sitting here chopping it up in the party, but we bring it here to you guys, and you guys love it and enjoy it, especially with amount of content and then the way that we present it to you guys. And again, if you guys got anything that you feel like we need to improve, or is there any mishaps or anything like that, let us know in the comments, man. Hit us in the DMs. That's what it's about. We want Living Splitscreen to be a place where, we are all about growth. Again, we are on that road to 1K. I did set another goal that I wanted to try to hit 3K this year. It is going to take some effort, some grinding, but I think we can hit it, man. And I'm going to be super excited if we do. I do still have the deal on the table, except now I'm for 1K, except I'm going to replace Callisto Protocol with Dead Space. Now, of course, I do have EA Access or EA Play, so I can go in and download Dead Space whenever I want. But I also unsubscribe from EA Play, Ubisoft Plus quite frequently, because unlike other subscription services, those games are either old or I have played already, or once you spend your time with them, they don't delete any of your saves. Shout out to some other people who do those things when you're unsubscribed for some time, but you keep everything that you have. So the deal is currently we hit 1K. I will stream Dead Space live, raw, and uncut for the audience. And that's either if we hit 1K, I'll do it myself. I'll buy the game. I'll get in there. We'll make it work. The other thing too, if you guys want it to happen before we hit 1K, if the game is gifted to me for whatever reason, I will play it live, completely on stream. Then it is something that I've been kind of holding off on because from what I have seen from the gameplay, that atmosphere and everything else has been turned to 11, and all of my fears about the game being much more intrusive, especially on the audio design level. And I'm with the headphones and everything. I get deep in there. The original Dead Space was almost borderline for me until I explained it here before. Original Dead Space was borderline until I found out the little quirks of the game. This game doesn't seem to have the same quirks. So it's got me kind of, feeling a little iffy about it, but I do think that that'll be hilarious and funny for you guys. If you guys on the end, it's just a little something to entice the people, give you guys a little some extra. If you want that to happen, because right now Dead Space is on the super back burner for me personally. So many other things to play, and it's only going to get worse.
Oh yeah.
But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for being here with Living Splitscreen. Let's get into these upcoming games. Pong, are you ready?
I'm ready, sir. I'm ready. Let's go. Let's start. So this is going to be the week of course, the 30th of January, rolling on into February at the end of the week, midweek. So let's do this. We got some games. This time around, folks. So the phenom that was Power Wash Simulator is finally going to PlayStation on the PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4, and it is also going to the Switch. So shout out to Mav. Shout out to everybody who was saying Power Wash Simulator might be a Game of the Year contender early last year. I know a lot of you put a lot of time into Power Wash Simulator. They're coming out with the Tomb Raider mansion, the Croft mansion to wash. Power Wash Simulator just can't be stopped. And now more people are going to be able to find out why it was crack for a lot of people. So guess what? Enjoy that if you did not already. Trek to Yomi, great indie game. Fantastic indie game that came out early last year to Game Pass. Really incredible art style to it. Trek to Yomi is finally dropping on the Switch on January 30th. Oh, nice. So again, great game for the handheld for sure. I know a lot of people that are Nintendo only are going to be discovering that one this week as well. And then Steel, my baby's dropping. Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. I told y'all, I warned y'all, RTSs are making a comeback. You're going to hear a lot of RTS talk from me this year. Okay? We got a lot of them. Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Now, I played more Age of Mythology than I ever did Age of Empires 2, but similar styles. Yeah, Age of Mythology. Yeah, Age of Mythology was my jam. My kiddo loved Age of Mythology, so we played a lot of that. Didn't play competitively. Now, you guys all know I played Halo Wars 2 competitively. Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, I pre-ordered the deluxe edition. I'm getting the DLC packs with the new civilizations. Listen, this game is going to be my main for a while. I'm still going to graze. I can never get away from grazing, but I'm actually planning on trying out competitively in Age of Empires 2. I've been watching videos. I've been going back and watching these PC guys who've been playing this game for years and years and years. These guys are ridiculous, but I'm getting my strategies down already, Steel. I've already got the strategy for the Dark Age for sure. The only thing I don't have down yet is when we get up to like Castle Age, because then your economy becomes that much more important. But I've already got some rush techniques down. I've already got a bunch of stuff down, so I'm planning on hitting this hard. I'm thinking about what
you'll be able to carry me in your backpack.
Yeah. No, and Mav's already like, oh, good, because you can teach me. Oh, Jesus. Well, the best way
that's different.
The best way to learn is to teach. So I guess that is going to be an aspect here. Well, you're going to be hearing a lot of RTS talk, but for anybody who doesn't know, Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, the regular edition with Everything except for the latest 3 DLCs that they dropped within the past, I think, 2 years, I think it's been, comes with this game in Game Pass. So again, no risk. If you're not a big RTS fan, they've got campaigns for every single one of the civilizations. So you're talking about hundreds of hours in single player content. You can play this co-op with people. So you can co-op all the campaigns if you want to. And then it's got the PvP as well aspect to it. So jump in. If you've never tried an RTS before, Age of Empires 2 is going to be one of the more hardcore RTSs. Age of Empires is a very outside of the space stuff like Homeworld and that kind of stuff, which gets even crazier.
Yeah.
But Age of Empires 2 for a ground-based RTS is very deep. But it'll teach you. They've got great tutorials on it. And if you decide you want to jump in and you decide you really liking it, man, I'm telling you, there's so much content out there. Again, like Steve always says, with YouTube, somebody's already done it for you. They've done all the work. It's not the old days where you had to go find strategy guides and all that kind of stuff. You can go watch people do it, and that's the best way, at least for me, to learn.
Guys, don't give yourself a headache about these games. Yeah. Like, I don't care what anybody says to you. If you want to jump into a game that you know has had some time behind it, just do it. You don't have to go out there and trial and error yourself out into oblivion and end up hating the game. Like, you don't have to do that.
No.
5-minute videos, 10-minute videos. There's a lot of these videos out here that'll get you. And again, if Pong ends up getting me pulled into Age of Empires, that's going to become that's going to become part of my YouTube watch list. Because I mean, that's the way those games work, man. And again, somebody's done it for you, so you don't have to. Just to make it easier.
And if you want to jumpstart, there's a gentleman out there. He goes by Hera on YouTube, who was a competitive online player, ranked with Age of Empires 2. He put out a ton of videos from beginner to expert level. Nice. He no longer streams Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. He actually has PDF files that you can go grab, which break down visually so that you can see where you're supposed to be in each build during each age. So again, it's out there, but he's been the best one that I've watched so far, but there's a bunch of people out there that have done these videos, but Hera really does break it down nicely. It's going to be a little different on console because they've made some adjustments for console players. They've built this from the ground up for console players, so they've adjusted some things. So that's going to be interesting because PC, you got to do everything. Console, they've done some automatic gathering and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So
that's dope.
So there's going to be changes, but again, if you want to go get a good idea, go watch some YouTube videos. Again, I know some of you are like, RTS, I don't care, freaking listen. Sorry, I'm excited and I'm going to talk about it because I am an RTS player. So Age of Empires 2 on the 31st. It goes live at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on Tuesday. So that would be 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock Eastern time. So keep your eyes open for that one. And then we got another strategy game coming in, which is Inkulinati. Now, I played the demo of this. This is Pentiment, but a strategy.
Oh.
Okay, no, the Pentiment aesthetic, right? That old time art.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a strategy game, but it's 2D. Okay. But it is a strategy game. This is also dropping to Game Pass. So no risk. It's coming into Game Pass. I tried the demo. I actually enjoyed what I played. But again, with Age coming out, this will be one I might go back to.
But Pong, look at what you're getting in Game Pass versus all these real games.
I know, right? And then a great indie game that was at one point coming to everything, but then turned into a PlayStation console exclusive.
That's so weird, man. Whatever.
It happens, man. It happens.
Yeah.
I just had a couple that we only got on Xbox for a while, but it is weird. But these indie studios, man, they're going to take their money. I don't blame them in the least. So Season, A Letter to the Future from Scavenger Studio. It's an adventure game. It's coming out on the 31st to PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, and PC. This was a game that we saw at a couple of indie showcases that is gorgeous looking. It almost looks like a painting in some ways. It looks beautiful. But you got to be on PlayStation or PC to get this one. I heard Blessing from Kind of Funny. I saw a quick tweet from him saying that this game He did have some issues with it, but overall, he really did enjoy the game. So take that for what it's worth. But January 31st season is coming out. A Letter to the Future is the full title. Then we got another SpongeBob SquarePants game coming, Steel. SpongeBob SquarePants, the Cosmic Shake. PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. I don't think I have to describe that one. It is a SpongeBob game, so please go check that out, SpongeBob fans. You always do. That's why they keep making the games. They are successful.
Some of them are decent. Some of them are decent.
Yep. Then we got another simulator showing up, Steel. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Can't remember if this one is coming to Game Pass too. No, it's not. It's
Chef Life Simulator.
Chef's Life, a restaurant simulator. Shout out to Caitlin, who I know might check this one out for sure because she is a cook in real life. If you have not seen Mav's timeline or hers, where she posts amazing food all the time. Chef's Life, a restaurant simulator, coming out February 2nd. So all you simulator fans, another one for you. Deliver Us Mars. Now this one is definitely on my list. Again, when I'll get to this game, I don't know, but of course coming from Kyoki N Interactive and published by Frontier Foundry, this is the same team that Deliver Us the Moon. And Deliver Us the Moon was a huge hit with a lot of people. Some people love that game. I played through it for maybe a couple hours. Really liked what I saw. Deliver Us Mars looks like they just, again, what we always love to see, Steel. Small studio, starts out, creates a game, people like it, they take what they learn and they expand it. And they expand it out. This one looks like a lot more exploration involved with it.
Which is dope.
A lot bigger environment. Yes, of course, you're going to be on Mars. You're going to discover things. Yep, which is naturally bigger. Because the first one was all about basically getting to your rocket ship, taking off, landing on the moon, right? That was the main story behind it, right? You had to get everything set up so you could take off, all that stuff. Deliver Us Mars looks like a much bigger experience. It is on my list. Like I said, I can't wait. That's coming out on February 2nd.
It says it's an adventure game. I thought it was more survival based. It's not? Not really?
No, it's more adventure at the end of the day. Okay. You don't have to worry about a lot of the survival stuff. Sure, there's a little bit of that in there, but it's not the main focal point. So, Deliver Us Mars.
I have to look out for that.
Yeah, exactly. Life is Strange 2 finally showing up to the Switch on February 2nd. Again, love, don't nod because of their narratives. They always do the narratives right. Not every narrative game is for me. Life is Strange is one I could not get into, but obviously Life is Strange is a big franchise. A lot of people love it to death. So again, great that the Switch is finally getting it. Perfect game for the handheld side of things. Absolutely 100%. Also, February 2nd, we got Tales, the Backbone Preludes. And this is oh God, what was the name of the game? I know what it was. That it looks like this is a prequel to that game that came out where you were animals and you were detectives.
I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know the name of that game.
You can see the art style, right? You can see the art style. Developed by Eggnut, and published by Raw Fury. It is an adventure game coming out on February 2nd to PC only. So you got to be a PC player. Tales, the Backbone Preludes. Then, Steel, we are getting another indie game that was a PlayStation console exclusive, and that is The Pathless. The Pathless is finally coming. This was PlayStation promoted this game heavy. They did. When it came out, the hype kind of died pretty quick. I know some people really liked it. I remember on Twitter, people were posting videos of it, screenshots, but it didn't seem to live up to what PlayStation was promoting it as. But again, that's indie games. It's not going to be for everybody. It's not going to hit everybody the same way. I think it looks freaking awesome. I think the graphics in it, the art style, the aesthetic is really great. I'm looking forward to trying this at some point, but this is finally coming to Xbox Series consoles, Xbox One, and Switch on February 2nd. The Pathless from Giant Squid, and of course, published by one of the best indie publishers in the world, which was part of the hype, in Annapurna Interactive. So that is finally coming out on the February 2nd. And then we've got actually, nope, that'll be it. That'll be it.
That's going to be it.
I'm not going to skip ahead. I'm not going to skip ahead.
Because that very next week, the week after, you have something that's a game that's very divisive currently. There's been a lot of in Hogwarts, yes, and there's been a lot of previews. So again, from everything that I've seen from the game thus far, I personally think it's doubled down kind of my want to jump into the world. Again, it's one of those things to where ever since I picked up that first Harry Potter book, and experienced what that world was, what that story is, I've always wanted a game that was similar to this, and now that they brought it to life, I just want to give all the credit in the world to the dev and to the wonderful people that have worked on this game. You can tell that there's a lot of effort, there's a lot of love, there's a lot of care that has went into it, and I want that to be the highlight above anything else that people talk about. Although those things are a conversation.
We might have another journalist rant coming at some point, Steel, depending on how people review this game. So we might have another journalist rant coming up. Because I can tell you there's gonna be some people, some reviewers who decide to get political, or who decide to ignore this game completely. So there might be another rant coming up in the next couple of weeks, folks, on that for sure. Listen, we got a lot of great people in here. I'm gonna do some shout outs here real quick.
Let's do it.
It's Timmy is in the house. Dark Zone 2525 What's going on, Dark Zone? Glad to have you here. Talos Ray, of course, rocking out with us. UK Lad dropping out in to say hi. What up, UK? Tim the Sorcerer, brother, what's going on? Blue Moon FC, you already know, man. Thank you for dropping in here and saying hi. Of course, Lore Master Jasper, the actually guy, hanging out with us, Mr. Sweaty himself. Go Poe is here, always bringing the great comments as well. Ray Oid, what is going on? Of course, the man King Webb in the house. What's going on, King? What's going on? Then we've got, who else we got in here right now? Got to scroll up a little. God, you guys are talking a lot. Gosh darn it, that makes my job a lot harder. RWK88, what is going down? Thanks for being here. Muppet1169, what is going on, Muppet? I know you're playing some games and have us on in the background. Thanks for being in here, brother. Nix, of course, one of the OGs of our chat. Nix, what's going on, brother? Sappho, great to see you. Thank you for dropping in here, my friend. Doom Reaper. Doom, what is going on, brother? Great to have you dropping on in here as well. Jesse Darby dropping on in here. Jesse, what's going on, man? I hope you're having a great Saturday. Shane G, of course, dropping on in here as well. Shane, what is happening? Graphic God, what up, Jay? Been a while, brother, since we see you drop in here. Graphic God, of course, from Retro Renegades, which you guys should go check out. One of the first show I ever appeared on in a podcast. That's right. They gave me my start. Retro Renegades is a great one. If you just want to kick out, you just kick back. Let's do a bunch of dudes talking a bunch of smack and garbage. It's fun as hell. Jay hates it to even be called a podcast. So it's just a bunch of dudes hanging out. It's fun. Dr. Dinglenut in the house. What's going on, Doctor? Andrew Cullinane, how are you doing today, sir? Great to see you. As always, sir, big supporter in the community. Who else I got in here? Let's see here. Fifth Horseman V, who had to check out early, had some things to do. Still appreciate you dropping in here, Fifth. Psychonauts, brother, from another Psychonauts is in here. Good morning, Psycho. Jacob Novick, of course, checking us out. Hey, listen, we got over 60 people hanging out in here. Danaman Cunningham, I see you dropping in here. General Spartan 27 as well. Thank you all for being here, but we got over 60 people in here. Thank you all for hanging out with me and Steel.
Much love.
Steel, where are we gonna start, man? We're gonna start with the developer direct.
We got to start with that. I just think that's the perfect place because there's a lot of different games to talk about. Also some interesting conversations that I think are going to come up out of that. As we get into the Redfall conversations and some. We already mentioned Elder Scrolls and whatnot, so let's dive into it. So, for those who are unfamiliar, this past week, Xbox had a developer direct, basically highlighting it was 4, then turned into 5 games for this first quarter, it seems. So the game that they ended up highlighting was Minecraft Legends, Forza Motorsport, Hi-Fi Rush, which Shadow dropped. We'll talk about that. Elder Scrolls Online Update, that's for Necrom. That did leak a little earlier. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, though, that it leaked again. It's just a title. It's just a name for the game. I don't think it threw anybody for a surprise. I think a better leak would have been if they would have had cross saves or cross play or whatever the case. I think that would have been a little bit better. And then Redfall, what they finish it off with. I'm gonna just kind of start top to bottom and just give my opinions to the people, whether you guys have heard it or not. So to start with, Minecraft Legends. Minecraft Legends was one of those things that I was interested in because of a game called Riftbreaker. Riftbreaker is it's an RTS, more so hero control type game.
Great game.
Yes, excellent game. Where you have more control over what's going on throughout the world, right? And the world is also working against you. Minecraft Legends takes some of that aesthetic, except you are co-op. You could do it in co-op. You can also do it by yourself, if I'm not mistaken. But you also have this other element of there's always an enemy that's fighting against you. Whether no matter how you end up playing it. So if you're playing 4-on-4, because that's how they have it set up to 8 people could be in one room. For 4-on-4, they still have the enemy element there, along with you fighting the other team. So in a lot of what I saw there, it seemed extremely interesting, man. For somebody who's not typically a Minecraft, I'm not necessarily a Minecraft fan, but I'm not necessarily a hater of Minecraft either, right? I'm the guy that when I get into Minecraft, I end up spending an absurd amount of time into it, like I did with one of my brother's worlds, where I dropped in, was like, hey, we need to come try this out for a bit. I drop in, I look up a picture of Sonic or Mario or whoever I look up. I create them within this world, and that's kind of it for me. I don't care about making houses or any of the other great stuff. But with the base building aspect of it, and also you having the ability, or just your team having the ability to kind of play how you want, right? One person can sit back and build a base. The other person can sit back and build the defenses. The other person can go out and do some recon, and the other person can be more aggressive if they wanted to. There's many different things that you can end up applying into this game. So it definitely is interesting. But we'll see how that ends up playing out. It is going to come into Game Pass. So it is, it's not going to be one of those things where it's like, oh, why not try it? It's also going to depend on what other games are going to be out during that time. But that was the first one that they ended up showing. One of my top sells for the show, though, is going to be Forza Motorsport. Now, again, racing games are always going to be divisive for a lot of people. In the simulation racing community, a lot of people always go back to Assetto Corsa, and that's going to be one of their main end-all to be-alls. And there's a couple other ones out there, like iRacing and whatnot, that people use also. Though it's really not necessarily surprising, but it's more so, it's weird to me that people won't accept Forza Motorsport as being the simulation racer that's kind of really made it more appealing for a lot of players, right? Because a game like Assetto Corsa, that's for, that's going to be for the hardcore. Assetto Corsa is also an older game that, unless you have a PC, you're not going to be able to get a lot of those mods. And correct me if I'm wrong, anybody who plays AC, you can't get the mods that make the game look good and play as well as a lot of people claim. So that kind of limits the experience that you can possibly have. Now, I don't know why people try to discredit Forza Motorsport, or why they discredit GT. Again, I've brought this up here. Forza Motorsport is actually one of the main games that helped me understand how to drive. When I was getting into that age of, hey, I want to start driving my own whip, and my pops was trying to teach me. It actually helped me understand how to drive a stick. And actually, like when my pops first started teaching me, it was an easier experience because I already understood the concept of how to hold a clutch, when I needed to shift, or what I need to do on a hill, because I was already doing these things in Forza. Now, the other thing too, I have to preface that by saying I was also the kid and am the guy who plays these games on simulation everything, including damage, until recently. So I was fully getting the whole breadth of the experience, right? I was the guy, I am the racer that, even in Forza Horizon, if I don't get first place, I will literally start the race over and over and over and over again until I do. Or unless I feel like, okay, well, this is kind of impossible. Because a lot of the time, since I do play on the harder difficulties, unless I feel like the AI is just going way above and beyond cheating, which sometimes they do. It's like, for whatever reason, the car that's in first place is just, And all of a sudden, you could be doing an A-class racing, but this car is an S-class. Like, there's nothing you can do to catch this car. I hate when they do that, but that's gonna be the main crevice of that. But everything that I saw from Forza Motorsport, along with them not putting 8 on the title, lets me know that they're definitely throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this one, man. Them just coming out and saying, hey, the differences that you're going to see in this one is going to be like the differences that you saw from going from Motorsport 4 to 7 combined, that's crazy to hear, right? And the amount of attention to detail that they're gonna have, that they put in there. Again, if you guys didn't watch it, Developer Direct in 4K, please go back and do. They also time-stamped it so you can watch whatever particular game that you want to check into. But Forza Motorsport is definitely lining up to probably be, because right now I am kind of played on Horizon, man. I jump in and out from time to time here, but I don't know. There's something about that motorsport experience that it hits differently, and it is a different type of game. Although it is still a racing game. So I'm extremely excited. Psychonauts said they addressed that with the Drivatar revamp. And Psycho, it wasn't necessarily just the Drivatar, it was just the AI overall. It could have just been a computer, and I hope they address the Drivatar, because there are certain people that are on my friends list that I know that aren't the greatest at racing games, that end up being part of the race on my harder difficulties, which doesn't make sense if you base it off of what they originally pitched. Hey, you're gonna be able to see people on your
smoke and mirrors.
Yeah,
we know, Steel. They were overblowing how much they could do with the Drivatar.
Way overblowing. And that was something I was extremely excited for, being able to be like, oh, you're gonna be basing it off of their ghosts. That's amazing. But we ended up finding it's not really gonna be like that. So it's going to be really interesting. I saw some other people pointing out, too, that for whatever reason, they don't know what a Ford GT looks like, and saying that there was assets missing. And that's why they were delaying the game, because one of the cars had a hole in the side of it. Ladies and gentlemen, please go look up a 2018 Ford GT, and you'll find that exact same hole. They did that for aerodynamics. There was no assets missing. That's not why they delayed the game. Please tell me you don't know nothing about cars without telling me you don't know nothing about cars. And it's fine. It's okay. But goddamn, don't say shit's missing when you don't know what kind of car you're looking at. Move on down. Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush was a shadow drop, man. And it was a shadow drop that I really was not expecting. I didn't know what was going to come out of. They feel threatened still. I don't know why either. Hi-Fi Rush was one of those games from Tango that I just wasn't anticipating. I'm not typically a fan of Tango, and I played Evil Within or any of those games. But this game really hit at an aesthetic standpoint. When they displayed it. This was before they said, hey, you can play it in a few hours. The blend of the anime style, the anime-esque cartoon style, and also going into actual gameplay that they kind of demonstrated was super dope. And to see that kind of transition into the actual game, especially after they said, hey, you're going to be able to play it today, I think it was one of the most impactful moments for Xbox in a while. Now, I understand it's fair to say that, people on Xbox are just thirsty, and that's why they're hyping this game up. Okay, sure. If that's one of the aspects you want to take on it, I guess. The other thing that I was hearing too is that this Hi-Fi Rush game is getting the same kind of talk as like a God of War or any of these other games would. Like, it's getting compared to AAA games, and it's like, good games just can't be good games. Why? Okay, let me. If that's the case, let me ask this question: why am I more interested in playing Hi-Fi Rush than I am in playing God of War? Again, it's all personal preference. You're gonna want to play what you want to play, but God of War didn't pull me in. This has pulled me in. I can be fair and say I am a fan of the combat. I'm not typically a rhythmic game guy, although I am a guy with a lot of rhythm. I used to dance and stuff in the clubs back in the day. I still got a lot of my groove in there.
We have no reference for this comment, Steel. We don't know if it was good dancing or if it was awful dancing. Listen, I danced back in the club and I got zero rhythm.
Dirty dancing. No, it was good dancing. It was good dancing. But with that being said, I'll give kind of some of my opinions here on High Five while I'm talking about it. The artistic vision that these guys had for this to be a game that literally nobody knew about and came out of nowhere is a perfect example of just letting a dev create a game and having the talent to blend story and game design together in such a way where every piece of it feels integral to it, right? As soon as you start the game, you can tell nothing about it necessarily to me is cringy, but I don't know how I want to explain necessarily the side of it. Because none of it's necessarily cringy, but some people have said, oh, y'all guys are speaking all Forspoken and saying this isn't cringy. Well, this is also done really well. The characters are set up in a certain way where they're made to be likable characters, right? The main character, Shy, you could say, oh, he's just some white dude with a guitar and got a robot arm. Well, I don't necessarily see it that way, but the way that they introduced the character was funny. And then what happens to him in the beginning of the game was, I thought it was funny. I was like, oh, whoa, what's happening? And then the way that the rest of it just plays out from there was really dope. For me, I am playing on hard. I don't think that the rhythmic side of this game, I know a lot of people were like, oh, well, you know, these rhythm games, I'm not really into that. This game doesn't really lean on that so much, especially
when it doesn't punish you.
Well, it doesn't punish you for sure. And regardless, it's always, everything that you see is always going to be on beat anyway, because that's how they created the game, right? So you can press X over and over and over again. Your character is always going to hit on beat. The only thing you have to do is make sure that you hit the red and green circle. Hit the green circle.
But you do get bonuses if you do actually hit the real beat.
Now, it depends, because that's all based off of difficulty. On the easier difficulties, do you see less of that bonus be applied to where it's completely leveled out, where it's the same damage that you would do normally is the same damage that you would do if you were playing on easy.
Yeah.
So there's not that deficit of feeling like, oh man, I could be doing so much more damage if I was on beat. It's not. That's the other thing to this too, where there's also so many things considered as far as accessibility goes that they didn't have to do, right? They could have said, oh, this is a rhythm band, you better hit it on beat or it's over with. No. And they give you the multiple options to be able to enjoy it how you want to enjoy it. Now, for me, one of the negative things, I did sit yesterday and kind of ponder on whether I wanted to jump back into the game after my first 90 minutes of playing, right? I was like, I don't know. I don't know if it was the aesthetic of the game or what it is that was really detracting me. Now, I got about 10 hours in, I'm pretty fully invested. I met this red-haired chick yesterday. I can't remember her name. But I met this red-haired chick yesterday that I thought was really dope. She's one of my favorite characters in the game so far. And of course, they did it kind of tropey, and the way that it played out was kind of whatever. But it made sense for the world. And overall, as far as like just the character development, the way they introduce you to the game, because you really don't get out of the intro to the game until you get the parry system. Which is like almost 3 hours in. And then boom, that's after that point, now here's the full breadth of the game. So that's something else to keep in mind. This is a game that's not going to be for everybody. Obviously, no game is meant to be for every single person. I do think that this is a game to be a standout, not only in Game Pass, but it has also been a standout in a game like Steam, right? Or in an environment like Steam, where people, you got to pay for that. You got to pay for it up front. This is also another case in point to where this game is $30. They could have easily paid, forced people to pay top dollar for this game, $59.99. It has every bit of quality of that in this game. The attention to detail, the way the world reacts to the music, and there's no performance issues. There's no bugs really that I've noticed. It's a complete game. And I'd be remiss to say, if I don't, I have to finish this experience, because this is not only because I enjoy the story and the gameplay and everything, because it does have some of that DMC combo mechanics where you're graded on your combos, and you can go on and on and on with the different things that you could do, especially when you get your other key characters in there, as far as the mix-ups that I have. And Shane says, I have no rhythm and treated it just like Devil May Cry meets Ratchet and Clank and had a phenomenal 15 hours on normal difficulty. And that's going to be one of my biggest points. If you're a fan of that, I can see you enjoying that. Now, if I do find myself getting a little bit irritated sometimes because I want to be able to hit it on beat, and on hard, it makes a huge difference. Not on very hard, it blatantly tells you it's something else. But on hard, there's blatant difference. If you're not hitting it on beat, you can tell the damage differences. You can tell whether you're on point or not. You can tell, especially when they introduce that parry system, because it becomes much more, not necessarily complicated, but more involved for sure. You got to remember like certain key things, and the experience overall. No, is this a God of War? Is this a Horizon? Is this a Spider-Man? No, does it have to be any of those games?
No. Not every game has to be that.
And that's the thing that kind of infuriates me about the topic, is because why does this game, just because it's on Xbox, have to be compared to every other AAA quality game that you want to compare it to?
Because
it is fair to say, hey, maybe this game just isn't for me. Wow.
People can't do that. People can't do that, Sue.
How
people
great.
Can't do it.
Instead, what ends up happening is saying, oh, well, this game isn't these games. Who said it had to be? They literally shadow dropped this game. This game's $30. If you're complaining about $60, $70 games, I'm surprised if you haven't bought this game yet. This game oozes quality, art design. This is art. Brought to life and music. The fucking music notes in this game are outstanding. When I played that first boss and heard 9 Inch Nails come on, and how entranced I became in that first boss setting, I turned the music up. I was like, let's get it. I'm about to whoop this boss ass. I was in it. That's how that is a good quality game. And I implore anybody, please, if you have Game Pass, try the game out. Please, if you want to, get the little DLC for it. It gives you a little extra coin and whatnot. $9. They're asking you really to spend on this game, right? Or spend the full $29.99 like 1,000 other people have on Steam, for an example, because a lot more people have played it than that have given it almost over 90% positive reviews.
I think it's still at 98.
98% on Steam? On one of the most critical platforms? Like, you think OpenCritic and Metacritic and all these other critics are extremely, like, wow, a hellhole. Wait till you get on Steam and look at some of these reviews, and because Steam don't lie to you. Steam will tell you, hey, there's how much time this person put into this game. Hey, people do full-on reviews, pros, cons. What do they like? Like, there's so much. Bro, 98%. It's to the point where the game is getting review bombed on Metacritic. That's how you know the game is decent.
But it's still holding. It's still at like a 9.2.
Bro, that's insane. That, to me, is insane. Nick says, I think Uncharted 4 is better than Hi-Fi. Nick, I hope you're trolling. That's a completely different. That's completely different. I know you're trolling. But
I think Skyrim's better than Hi-Fi Rush.
Hey, different games. Hey, I think Forza's better. What not? It's just. Yeah, exactly. Between the traverse, the platform, and the collecting, the combat, it all works itself really well, along with the music. Again, even for the Bethesda tracks that they put in this game, those hit too.
Excellent. Yeah.
So I think it's a perfect example of just a game coming out, being a game, and just being really good at what it's trying to do. Right. Of course, it's taking elements, not doing anything brand new, anything breathtaking or whatever, but to blend so many things together and bring it to life, it's so perfect. I'm 10 hours in, and I can't help but to find myself at a place where really the only thing that attracts me from playing the game, or why I had the kind of the second guesses I was having, now that I'm thinking about it, was more so because I was trying to do other things and play the game. I found myself like, oh man, well, I want to listen to a podcast, right? Like I want to play Hi-Fi Rush, but I'm also trying to listen to the podcast and because I like to hear different people's opinions. And I don't just only listen to gaming. I listen to tech podcasts. I listen to other podcasts too. So it's like I want to be able to listen to that when I sit down after a day, the kiddos cooking, whatever the case may be. Real life still has to set in. I have to decide what I'm going to do. So I did find myself that, hey, I'm going to just listen to this podcast, play Monster Hunter Rise, for an example, grind it out, and instead of playing Hi-Fi Rush. But then last night, I just doubled down and got deeper into the game, and it's an exhilarating experience from the start, and I can't wait to see. Elder Scrolls Online. Again, I am somebody. Elder Scrolls Online is the only Bethesda ZeniMax game that I've ever been able to truly get into like that. I tried to get in with New Vegas, which is the one that everybody considers to be the best. Again, I've told that story here. My wife
was an Obsidian. That was an Obsidian game.
Yeah. But still, they were competing with each other to make a similar game. So those games are similar in a lot of ways, although people say that Obsidian has been telling the better story, better world elements. But neither here or there, but it is the one that's more so considered as the better of the Fallout games per se. My wife tried to get me to jump. My wife got me to jump into it. I played for my first hour in there. I killed the first city. Mad people in the first city I ran into accidentally because I shot one person and everybody else started lighting up. And I was like, yeah, maybe this game isn't for me. But Elder Scrolls Online was one that I did end up giving a fair shake, and I put 100 hours into the game by myself in third person, and enjoyed every moment of it. Again, I told the story. I got caught up in the whole werewolf and vampires aesthetic and having to go to the rock, and this is where you got to meet so you could become a werewolf, and people wanting to tax you to take you to this rock. I was part of that initial experience. Like a lot of you guys don't have to deal with that now. You can look up a video.
Yep.
When I was playing, I didn't have to deal with somebody trying to hustle me because I had people, and I was also doing PvP, so it was good enough to the point where people are like, hey, Steel, you know about this? So that experience, a lot of people aren't going to. I feel like that's another classic experience that unfortunately people aren't going to get. But Elder Scrolls Online was an awesome experience for me, for somebody who put 100 hours into it, mostly solo. I did do some co-op stuff. I had some buddies to drop in and run some missions together. And again, like I mentioned earlier, I think the main thing that made it so attractive to me is that when I was walking around, the game felt alive, right? No matter which way you turned, there was somebody there. There's people walking by. And that's what I look for, and especially in MMOs, right? I want the game to feel like people are consistently like it's an actual world, right? That's what I expect out of open world games too. I'm sorry if I've become kind of bougie about that, but maybe that's one of the things that turned me off of Valhalla. You got so much empty space between the towns and these little villages and whatnot, and nothing actually really going on in between. Now, some of that might have changed, but it's neither here or there. Nick says Stray's Cat is better than 808 Cat. I couldn't agree with that. See, Nick's is over here heavy trolling tonight. This morning, he's getting it in. But Elder Scrolls Online also announcing that they were giving all the DLC up to the end of the month. I would definitely implore anybody who's interested, go give it a run. You'll find out within the first 3 hours whether it's a game for you or not. I do think they do pretty well with introducing you to the game, to the world, and just the overall combat mechanics. Again, it's another one of those that you can kind of go be yourself and just have your own journey. And the common misconception is that it is somewhat of a hardcore MMO. And I mean, ladies and gentlemen, it's not. There's literally...
It is if you want it to be.
It can be. But it's literally hundreds of hours of just story-driven content. You can't forget about it. This game, Elder Scrolls Online, is why I'm excited about Starfield, man. It's the game that gave me the understanding of, oh, this is why people like this game, right? like these games.
Right.
Then to wrap it up, they showed Redfall. Now, for Redfall, I can be honest and say I am still quite divisive on Redfall itself. Again, I can also be honest and say that I'm not as big of an Arcane fan as some others may be, and Arcane hasn't hit necessarily that metric to be at that level either. Now, I can't say that their games are bad or they're trash, because they're not. From what I played of Dishonored, I thought it was a decent game. Did it pull me all the way in? No. At the time, I was also playing other games. Somebody who is more multiplayer focused, that could have been one of the main reasons why I didn't continue to play Dishonored. And if I'm not going to play Dishonored, then I'm not going to play 2. If I'm not going to play 2, I'm not going to play most of the other games that they end up putting out. For an example, like Deathloop, that they also put out, which a lot of people are now comparing Redfall to Deathloop and saying, what did they do different? Anyway, like, I'm not even somebody who's a fan of these games, and I could be like, bro, what the fuck are y'all talking about? But anyway, neither here or there. One thing Redfall did do for me is give me more of an understanding of what the world was. Right? Where am I going to be at? And I do think the overall point of this developer direct was to give you that, right? I saw a lot of comments of people saying, oh, the game feels slow. I mean, guys, I said this before, and I said it on the show when we were live, and I'll say it here again. What the hell do you expect for people to do when they're showing you a game? You want me to run through it Call of Duty style so you can't see shit? No. I want you to get the breadth of what game have they ever released, any developer, have they ever released where they're like, yeah, let me just rush through this whole display that I'm trying to give you so that you can get the speed?
Appropriate games, Doom.
That's Doom, though.
right. I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's the gameplay.
That's the gameplay. Not to say that this game is not going is all going to be slow, and it's not going to have some. There's going to be moments where it will pick up. Look at the type of game that it is. Look at what you're fighting. Look at the enemies that it's interesting. Now, how those enemies truly interact with you is going to be something completely different. Are there going to be all these enemies spread throughout the world, and they're roaming, and you got to be careful, and you got to do everything with some forethought? No, we'll see. They didn't really display that. They just showed sections. Hey, you can go to this section. It seemed like, hey, you could fast travel over here. It also kind of seemed like to me that, oh, I can go up this road, up this path, and get to this other city. So I want to know what these open world spaces have in them. Whether they have some life out there, or whether it doesn't, or whether it's just in certain areas. So it's going to be interesting to see. ID Software was, and again, I think people also completely mistook me when I mentioned this. ID Soft was involved in helping Arcane make Redfall, but
just the gunplay,
just the gun mechanics. And when I mentioned speed, I'm not saying that now because ID was involved that the creators of Doom, that now all of a sudden needs to be Doom. No, not what I'm fucking expecting. I am expecting for a developer who is now making a game that is more gunplay focused, whether they did that traditionally or not. You are creating a game that is more gunplay focused. The main detractor for me currently is that the game feels flat. It feels like there's not any punch there. And at least that's in my perspective. It felt like some of the guns might have lacked variety, and I've brought this up. If I don't want the game to have an Anthem syndrome, where you have different looking guns that react the same. It just kind of takes that power fantasy out for you, right? I'm already fighting vampires, so let's lean into the power fantasy. Let's make it a little bit more over the top. I'm not saying I gotta shoot buzzsaws all over the place. It doesn't need to be Borderlands all of a sudden, but some of these elements you kind of, at least in my opinion, kind of pitched to me that this is how it's going to kind of be. And from what I'm seeing, because this is also a looter, I didn't see much. And again, they could be hiding some of that. They only gave you a slice. I felt like that could have been presented better to give people a better expectation. Again, the game is coming into Game Pass, so that is going to be one of the main things for me, because if it wasn't, I can't say that I'd be investing in this game. But that is the benefit of Game Pass. I'll be able to find out day one whether I will be able to feel this game out or not. The other thing too, is they didn't clarify about the whole thing about the progress, although they have said things about it. They have come out and stated that your progression is not going to carry over into your own world, which is a bother for me as someone who only plays stories once. I'm not somebody who I don't like going back through stories multiple times. Why? And I've seen people ask this question, if you really like a game, you'll play back through it. There's other fucking games to play. And when one game, for an example, like Dying Light, I spend 60 hours with my buddy, and my save is technically locked behind my buddy's save. It doesn't make me want to go back.
He's talking about me.
Yeah, which is nothing wrong with that, but it doesn't make me want to go back and continue to progress or start over. Just because I'm more powerful now doesn't mean I want to go replay all the stuff I played already. That's me as a gamer. I've always been like that. There are not many games, if any, where I have Nier is the only example, but that's also different because every time you play through the story, it's different. There's not many games that I've replayed multiple times, unless we're talking about way back when I didn't have a choice. I don't do that because there are other games to play. I like to get through a game, boom. I enjoyed my 100 hours into a game, boom, I'm good. I've also made the example here. When I play games, I like to throw myself in that universe for some time. I am the guy that wants to spend 80 plus hours in the universe and really expand on everything, get a real true feeling for it, and just taking all of the art that they brought to life within this world. So it's going to be interesting to how that goes. Tim the Sorcerer says, Steel, I'm really interested in the sound of implemented right that could severely help gunplay. The ray trace sound and whispering sounds cool. Yeah, that could be another thing. Again, I put the headphones on and we're out hunting vampires or whatever the case, and it only takes one engagement for me to decide whether I'm iffy on this or not. And then that next gun that I get, and then the gun that I get after that. Because if you're just going to make this about just shotguns, that can be kind of off-putting, but we know that it's not going to be like that. What else? Shane G says, I think Redfall looks phenomenal and my most anticipated game of 2023, but respect all opinions. Again, for me, I don't want people to misconstrue like I got some real negative thing to say about Redfall. I don't. The game aesthetically looks great. I think Arcane has, again, iterated on their art design, how they approach games. And people can't forget that. Just because it's a new game for them doesn't mean that it's all of a sudden going to be a hyper-realistic game. That's not the games they make. I mean, again, I don't play their games like that, and I know. And I saw somebody ask earlier, Casket Repair, he says, Steel, did you play Prey? Dishonored didn't do it for me, but Prey was great. No, I didn't play Prey because I thought Prey was I thought it was going to be fucking scary. I don't know if it really is or not. I still haven't gone back to it. I saw some things and I've heard some people come out and say, it's not really scary.
Mimics have their moments where they pop out at you. Yeah, where they pop out at you because they can disguise themselves as anything in a room.
Oh, God.
Anything?
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah. So there's moments. Moments where I jump.
That might be another one that I might have to play live on stream or something. I might do that out of just the sweetness of my heart or something. I don't know. That should be it. But no, I haven't tried Prey, and I mean, I have heard people say, "Hey, this is probably the one that you want to jump into," versus some of the other ones. But I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see. And again, Blue Moon. That's the main thing. That's my main crux about this whole thing. We've been fighting zombies for fucking long enough. And they're doing a different take on vampires, not just stereotypical classic vampires like people think. It's their own take on it, which is something that's also interesting. One of the last detractors that I want to put out there is this game is going to be a live service game. There's going to be a battle pass from what we've seen, and they're going to have cosmetics and things.
And we found out they're introducing new characters too, Steve.
And they are introducing, planning on 4.
2. They got 2. Yeah, 2 right now. If you buy the big pack, you get access to the 2 DLC characters.
So that one opens the question of, okay, what is the true end game? And then 2, the other side of that, I did see some cosmetics that they were putting with, I believe that was the pre-order for Redfall, that I personally feel aren't the greatest. I personally think, for me, that can be another detracting factor, because it does show me some lack of creativity, right? You have a vampire world. You have so many vampire-based IP that you could pull from. Blade, for an example. That would have been one of the best pre-orders. A Blade outfit for one, Blade outfits for all the bro, that would have been like, money, $20, I'll pay it right now. That would have been one of the best things that you could have did. But instead, you got a construction worker, you put a ghost mask on one, like it's Call of Duty, and then some other corny. Like, that shit was, like, what I saw so far, the cosmetics are corny. The cosmetics don't have any real art style to them, which bothers me. It's one of the biggest things that bothers me about Destiny 2, how they have all these people working on this goddamn game, on this futuristic game. You have all these other people creating great art styles and great outfits, and you don't implement any of it. We're in a vampire world, like, really, like, take it to the next level. If you're gonna create cosmetics, let's put some real thought behind it. We want people I'm not saying that everything has to be perfect. God damn. Take advantage of the world that you're in, the universe. Be able to tell a better story than what I have seen. That's one of my other gripes from it. But those are my main things. Besides the gunplay feeling flat and the cosmetics, and again, that's an extra thing. Hopefully, it shouldn't have any real impact on the game. But I do like my customization. Hopefully, they do have enough customization in game also, where you get to be able to have that variety. Maybe do some mix and match, and hopefully they have some transmog in there. I have been seeing games kind of work that way more so recently, where they're giving transmog up front, so you can kind of custom create your characters up front. But this is going to be a live service game, and I want to see how they're going to end up, iterating on it and really truly bringing it to life.
All right, Steel, good rundown. I like it, and I like it when we have different perspectives on games.
Sure. Yeah.
And when we do have a couple different perspectives here. So, which is good, which is really good. Most of it being personal, obviously. And again, see, we preach that all the time. Know who you are as a gamer. Know who you are, stand firm on that, and roll with it. And so that's going to be a theme here as we go through this stuff here. First of all, shout out to Sergeant Sentinel Gaming for dropping in here. Fahim Scott, I see you dropping in here. Thank you for being here. Fastback. Oh, Fastback, brother Chris, what's going on from the NLG crew? Thank you for dropping in here, sir. Appreciate it. Casket Repair also dropped in here real quick. Crazy Greek dude, what up? What's going on? Everybody else still rocking with us. Crispy Rambo, I see you in here. Smitty Smith in the house. What's going on, Smitty?
And real quick, Pong, because I may want you to run down this in reverse order, depending how or you could really approach it however you want. Not like we haven't talked about it. Yeah. But Fahim brought up a good point, because I also hear this from a lot of people. Yeah. And there are a lot of people saying, there's groups of people saying this. Fahim Scott said earlier, so why do people call it Back for Blood with powers and vampires?
Because they're completely wrong. Because they go with the assumption. Because they don't understand Arcane as a developer. Talked about this plenty of times, Steel. Plenty of time. From day one, I said, you guys aren't giving this game enough credit. You can't limit what you're thinking about. This game is going to be much bigger than anybody's talking about, because it's Arcane. I said that since day one. People want to slander a game by a quick look at it and say, oh, well, it's just Back for Blood with or Left 4 Dead with vampires. That's all they're doing. Oh, because it's co-op multiplayer. That's all it is.
Yeah.
No, you have to understand the developer. It's a way to slander or dismiss a game very quickly. Now, there's going to be some people out there who were on board with the Left 4 Dead comparisons because Left 4 Dead is a beloved franchise, one of the classics. So a lot of people were hoping maybe potentially for that as well. But again, I've been trying to shout from the rooftops, this is Arcane. And again, people at that same time, Fahim too, were trying to say, oh, Microsoft, Xbox forced Arcane to make this game for Game Pass. They forced Arcane into a multiplayer game. No, listen to what Arcane's words were. That was not the case. Arcane's always wanted to make this game. This was one of the games that they wanted to do. And this started prior to the Microsoft Xbox acquisition. They wanted to make this game. This is something they wanted to try out because they've never really done a game like this. So again, a lot of that nonsense is from people who never actually dive in and investigate a game. They dismiss it instantaneously by their first impression. Or even if they're not dismissing it, they automatically just assume their first impression is correct and they never look at it again and just run with that, right? That's the problem in a lot of ways with this community, with gamers in general. They never try to actually investigate and learn about the game.
Like Sergeant said, it's like calling Starfield No Man's Sky.
Right. Thank you. It's the exact same thing that's happened there. We've seen journalists do it now. I went on my rant with Game Rant about that. Again, tell me you have not played a Bethesda title without telling me you haven't played a Bethesda title. If you're going to run with that comparison, you have no clues to what you're talking about. I'm sorry, you don't. Or you purposely did it, right? So let me run this down. You want me to run it backwards?
It's up to you. I can run it backwards. Redfall's been. We got people talking about. I can run it backwards.
Yeah, I can run it backwards. So Redfall for me, I've sold since day one. Again, Arcane fan. I knew that this game was going to be more than any of those comparisons. I'm an Arcane fan. That's the difference between me and Steel. I understand what Arcane is. It's not for everybody. The other thing that's important to remember, Arcane games, and Rand brought this up on Xbox too, and that's where, again, I've said these things, similar things, but Rand brought it up again yesterday on Xbox too. So, or maybe Jez did. I think it might have been Jez that brought it up first. Arcane games never show well. We saw this with Deathloop. Okay, when Deathloop was being shown off, people were like, what is this game? Things happened. The same thing happened with Dishonored back in the day. Same thing happened with Prey. What is this game? What makes this game special? Arcane games never show well. Now, you can say that's maybe part of marketing problems, that they don't know how to show off their games. I can hear that conversation as well. Arcane games just, again, people's first impressions are always wrong about Arcane games. They've never had that big, they've always had critical success. Once the games are in people's hands, most people generally love Arcane games. Now, of course, not everybody, but I'm saying generally speaking, when it comes to reviewers, when it comes to people who play the games, they generally like Arcane games. There's something special. Arcane brings something different every time. They use different mechanics. That, again, one of their biggest selling points of Arcane games is you can approach a situation from all different angles. They give you a million different ways to approach a certain objective, which not every game does. Right. Out the gate. So they offer you variety. We always talk about builds in action RPGs and RPGs. What's your build? You know, what are you? Arcane does that kind of in a way because they allow you to open up different abilities that kind of give you a new look at, hey, I've got to go do this thing. How am I going to do it? Well, this is my current skills. How am I going to use these skills to complete that objective? So they give you that kind of build mentality too, because you can approach Arcane games all different ways, not just the objectives, but how you play the game. You can go wide open Rambo if you really want to try it in an Arcane game, or you can go complete stealth in an Arcane game. Like there is that. Dishonored did that perfectly. Like they give you a rating at the end of each mission.
Right.
You know, where depending on your violence level, depending on how many bodies you left behind, depending on how many times you were seen, like you get different ratings based upon that.
Yeah.
So I was sold from the beginning. I knew Redfall was going to be something different. It wasn't going to be just your stereotypical multiplayer co-op shooter. That's not what this was going to wind up being. Again, as Steel already pointed out, as many people pointed out, I still enjoy zombie games. I'm not burnt out on zombie games. However, the introduction of vampires is freaking awesome.
Yes.
Okay, I love vampires. I want to see werewolf games like this. I would like to see. I
hope there's gonna be a DLC.
I love it. Yeah, bring me some of that. I'm all about it. So that change was already great up front. Aesthetically, this is an Arcane game through and through in their art style. Their art style is not for everybody. I understand that. When you look at Dishonored, you may dismiss it because of the art style. But when you actually play the game, the little details that they put in there, it works. It's what they know how to do. So again, that's another problem. When people look at Redfall, again, even if it's clown show, even if it's the people that are going to nitpick, it's very easy to look at this game and say, this isn't current gen. No, because just like Hi-Fi Rush, it's not the realistic type graphics. That's not what Arcane does.
It doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be. Either. No, because then you look at the environments, you look at the lighting, you look at what's going on in those spaces. That's where you see, they've taken a leap.
It's like Cycle brought up a point about the particle effects when you originally saw it. And it's like the particle effects where you see when you saw that they defeat the tree or whatever, and then the entire tree turns into fucking, that wasn't possible before, guys.
No, it's those little details.
Little things. There's little things.
It's the little things. So Arcane showing here, every time I've seen Redfall, it's gotten better and better for me. Even I was sold day one, but it's gotten better and better for me. And I thought they did a great job showing what they needed to show this time around. They're not going to show you everything. Arcane never does that about their games. There's going to be things they allow you to discover. A lot of that goes to the powers, how you can combine them when you are playing co-op, how you're going to run your character when you're running single player. And I understand all of Steele's criticisms because I understand Steele as a gamer. I played with him long enough now. I know what he likes, and he's spot on with his criticism when it comes to what he's personally feeling about the game. And I get it. And Steele's not alone. There's a lot of people on the fence about Redfall right now. There's a lot of people who saw some of the same things that Steele did. For me as an Arcane fan, I already come to with an expectation of certain things when it comes to gunplay. If they've improved upon that gunplay, I'm good. I played enough games that guns didn't have punch, that guns didn't have recoil, all that kind of stuff. For me, I don't come to expect that in certain games, and I don't need it in certain games. When I play a Call of Duty or a Battlefield, hell yeah, I expect certain guns to feel a certain way because I'm going into that as a military shooter.
Of course.
When I'm going into a fantasy world, if the guns ain't playing the way that a military shooter would, I'm cool with that. I don't have a problem with that as long as they make it interesting. And what I did see was the guns were interesting in this game. Now, we'll see how that turns out when I get the controller in my hand. But right now, with the attachments and all that kind of stuff, love it. I think it's great. So I'm cool with all of that. The environments are the big one here for me. That's what they showed in this. For me, this is what I picked out as the most important thing. When they showed off Redfall during the developer direct, we already knew it was set in one town. You got the city, and then you got the outskirts with the farm, the church, all that kind of stuff. So basically, you got the city, you got the suburbs, okay? We knew that. A lot of times, games set in one city, the environments don't change much.
Right.
Like, you get kind of the same feel. Let me tell you something. Go back and watch this Dev Direct in 4K 60, like Seal said, please, because that's another thing about this game, Redfall. The difference in compression, all games suffer from it when you watch it on YouTube or watch it on Twitter or whatever the case may be. You see clips of it, that compression kills it. It does that to all games, but there's certain games that look night and day difference when you watch them in 4K. Redfall is one of those games that looks night and day difference in 4K because it's all the details that you miss out when it's 1080. So go back and watch this in 4K 60. The environments, the amount of diversity in the environments within this one town and where you're going to be fighting these vampires and exploring the world. My God, I was not even expecting that many different diverse environments. Every house looked different that they went into. Every building they went into looked different. The lighting effects in all the different areas were different. Then, huge impact. Then when you were fighting a boss, the boss would change the environment around you, like that one that created a shadow around everything. All of that just blew me away. I was like, I was not even expecting this. Holy cow, there is a lot here. So that was great. They showed off some more of the characters' powers. They showed off some of the trees, the skill trees that you're going to have. They showed off, again, the guns and being able to attach different attachments. Some of the weapons more sci-fi fantasy and then more grounded in reality. They showed off the looting a little bit, which was great. And the other thing I thought they did well, Steel, was, hey, we know you're not just going to run the main mission. We know you're going to want to go off the beaten path. This is what it looks like when you go off the beaten path. Showing that a random encounter off the beaten path was also fantastic. Nice job, Arcane. And then they showed also some of the stealth. If you want to go stealth, like I said before, Arcane allows you to go full Splinter Cell-like stealth. And they showed that when they showed you it's creeping down those stairs, Steel, and then you sent your robot out to distract the vampires and you popped them with silenced pistols. Bro, that's what I wanted to see. That's what I wanted to see. Give me the different play styles. The sniper guy can go invisible. They showed him sneaking into a building past that one vampire lady. She floated. I was like, why did she ignore? I'm like, oh, he's invisible. Yeah. Now I can see it. Okay, he's invisible. Perfect. Again, starting to give you a glimpse of all the different ways you can take on an objective. And again, don't forget, folks, Arcane has said time and time again, this is a single player experience that we built co-op into. Yeah. If you want to play this as you have done with Dishonored, with Prey, you can do so. Now, obviously, the multiplayer, they didn't just tack it on, okay? They didn't just tack on the co-op. No. Again, some people are correct in saying, this looks like to me like they want you to play in co-op. Absolutely, because you can combine your skills. There's buffs that you can eventually get, which increase your entire party, which help your entire party. So yes, this was not a tack-on multiplayer situation, but it still is a Arcane single-player game if you want it to be. And I think that's an important thing to remember here. Most people are going to play this co-op, but if you're one of those people saying, oh, I don't want to jump into co-op, I get it. I used to be that guy. Before I jumped in this community and had friends, I used to be that guy. I was a single player through and through. You can still play it that way. So remember that. Redfall, great job, Arcane. I loved it. I loved what I saw. I understood the slow gameplay. I understand what they're doing. And technically speaking, you're not going to be playing this game ultra fast. Even in a group of people, chances are you're going to take your time at each objective. That's Arcane games, okay? They want to challenge your brain a little bit. It's not going to be a straight up shooter. Okay, they want you to think about the situation and how do you want to approach it. And I think that came through in this video as well. So shout out to Arcane. Hi-Fi Rush. Let's get to my thoughts on Hi-Fi Rush. This was an important moment in a lot of ways. Number one, this reinforces the fact that ZeniMax is still running themselves. Bethesda is still making decisions as an independent company, which is what Xbox said was going to happen. They are underneath the umbrella, but they are in control of their destiny. This decision was made internally. Of course, they have to still get approval from Phil, to do it this way. But this was a decision that was made internally to shadow drop this game. This game, let's correct the record too for everybody who doesn't pay attention to necessarily the way we do. This game did start in development way prior to the acquisition. John Johannes and this team have been working on this game since 2018, I think they said.
2017.
2017, thank you. So this game was in development prior to the acquisition. This would be a game that Microsoft saw when they went to make this acquisition. When they saw the roadmap, they would have known about this game, but this game was already there. This was, again, not a situation where Microsoft went to Tango Gameworks and said, hey, Tango, we know Shinji, we know you make your horror games, but God, we need some Game Pass stuff. So I want you to make a crazy, wacky game out of nowhere. That's what I want you to do. No. Again,
that's not what happened.
Not a forced situation. But Xbox did provide extra time for them to get this game done, and obviously was providing resources towards the end of development on this game to get this game out the door. They allowed them to shadow drop this at the showcase. Huge, important moment. Because Tango Gameworks was one of the dismissed studios in this acquisition. One of the ones was like, oh, yeah, Shinji's really cool, original Resident Evil creator, but Evil Within didn't really do it for, wasn't top tier, blah, 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 blah. Tango Gameworks is what it is. Then we got Ghostwire Tokyo, and everybody's like, yeah, here we go. See, Tango Gameworks is just a nice little side piece studio. Yeah, that little side piece studio has a whole lot of talent inside of it. And Shinji, in this point in his career, in the early interviews from Tango Gameworks, as one of the Japanese as a Japanese studio that Microsoft now owns, Shinji came out in the interviews and said, you know what, I'm at the point in the career where I want to start mentoring developers. I want to start helping smaller, younger developers grow up in this industry. Whoa. Guess what? John Johannes is one of those dudes.
And he fucking did a fantastic goddamn job.
Did a fantastic job. Okay, so Hi-Fi Rush announcement was huge. The Shadow Drop was even bigger because, again, as a lot of people have pointed out, it circumvents all the talk, all the narratives from showing a game early that start to develop that we've seen time and time again. It gives reviewers no time to judge this game as an Xbox game out the gate, as a Game Pass game out the gate, which we know does have an effect on some reviewers and how they think about games. Mm-hmm. It circumvented all that. Now let's get to the game itself. Game is gorgeous. Game is gorgeous. Okay. Animation, top notch. Okay. This is Jet Set Radio. This is all of that, but brought to life in 2023. Mm-hmm. Mechanics wise within the world, I see why people say Sunset Overdrive, the movement, all that kind of stuff, the style within the movement, all of it, top notch. Music, off the charts. Anytime you're going to give me Nine Inch Nails, Prodigy, and a bunch of other people, you got an A+ from me. Hands down. Hands down. A+. John Johannes and his team that worked on this, and I thought him and Shinji, again, camera-wise, and we'll talk about the overall show. I'm going to wrap this around, Steel, after I get done with my games, and then I'm going to wrap it around. I'm going to talk about my full impressions, and I want you to talk about your overall impressions about the show, too.
Yeah.
Because that's a big part of this. But Shinji and John Johannes were great together on screen. I mean, they were just fantastic. Again, as two guys who aren't in front of the camera very often, they were great. They were the perfect duo to introduce this game. But you could see the love that John Johannes had for this game. This was a passion project that turned into something much bigger, as Steel was saying. This is more of a full-fledged game. This is closer to AAA than people want to give it credit for. And he nailed it. Him and his team nailed this thing out of the park. The style, the art, the music, and then we get into the actual gameplay itself. Listen, here's where I divert, but this is a mean thing. Again, this is a me thing, and this is not critical of the game. Rhythm game, strike number 1. Platforming, strike number 2. Okay? I'm striking out, folks, okay, with this game. Now, I played through the entire first level and beat the first boss. Got to hear Nine Inch Nails, like Steel said, play a million while I was beating the boss. Was simply ridiculously cool. But for me personally as a gamer, I don't do platformers and I don't do rhythm, okay? Used to do platformers because that's all we used to have a lot of times in the back of the day. I played them out, okay? I just don't like platforming anymore. It's not my stick. But I enjoyed myself. I had it on easy mode all the way down. I didn't even try it on normal. I said, nope, we're putting this on easy. And I don't do that with games. Okay. I always play on normal unless, something, Biomutant, Midnight Suns as you go up and level. I'll put those up at hard. But for most part, I play on normal. That's how I play my games. I never bump it down to easy. I never bump it to hard. I bumped this down to easy because I was like, I already know where we're going with this game. As much as they don't punish you for the game when you're on easy, missing the beat, which I'm terrible at, I have zero rhythm, freely admit it. I also still have that in me as a gamer, as somebody who is competitive with himself versus
which I understand.
Computer, to keep seeing B ratings up there at the end of battles, to continuously get B ratings on easy was frustrating to me. Pure and simple. No matter how hard I tried, I could get some S ratings in there, mixed in there, but my overall rating would still wind up being a B. That to me, that was still frustrating, knowing that I wasn't hitting on beat, even on easy level, knowing that I was missing the mark. But the gameplay itself, polished, completely 100% polished game. Saw zero bugs, zero performance issues. Again, with everything going on the screen, no matter what I was doing, simply flawless. So again, even though I played through the first level, beat the boss, and then said to myself, am I going to go back to this game? Nope, uninstall. Okay, that's a me thing. I still look at this game and understand why so many people love it and have zero problems. I've said it already. This is an early contender for that indie title going into Game of the Year. I know it's really, really, really early, folks. I know it's really early to even think about that stuff. But we know at the Keeleys, they always put one indie in there. We saw this year was Stray. This game is polished and complete and a beautiful piece of art that I think people are still going to be talking about towards the end of the year.
Yeah.
And I think it will be in that conversation. It set the bar very high for other indie games coming out this year.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
I agree.
It set the bar very high for other indie games. So I love this game. And I can still say that even though I uninstalled it after beating the first boss. I can still say I love this game and I understand why everybody's playing through it and enjoying the hell out of it. And I am so
100%.
thankful for Tango Gameworks. Like you said, Steel, like we talked about in the background, this is what you get when you let creatives create. Just like we saw last year with Pentiment. And again, Pentiment's even more niche than a rhythm game is. Not everybody's going to play Pentiment. In fact, very few people are going to play Pentiment. But talk about a polished, extremely high quality, small passion project out of Obsidian. This is what you get when you allow creators to create. And so I'm excited for the future. What this also does is put John Johannes on the map as a developer. John Johannes is now going to be a developer that people are waiting on for his next game.
Yeah.
And when people say, John Johannes and his team have started work on a new game, people are going to be going, oh God, I can't wait. What is he going to do? Is it going to be Hi-Fi Rush 2? Is he going to come out with a new idea? Dude's got it. Dude's got it hand down. And this is because of the mentorship from Shinji developing that talent within Tango Gameworks, that something like this comes out. That's a huge boon, not only for Tango Gameworks, not only for them personally, but for Xbox as a whole. Because now Tango Gameworks is in the conversation. Now they're waiting on what Shinji's going to be doing. Oh, wait, what's Shinji going to do? Shinji, with the backing of Xbox, whatever he decides to do next, it's not going to be evil within again. It's not going to be the evil within quality that some people said, it just didn't hit. No, he's going to have the opportunity to take it to the next level again for himself as well. So this is a vital game for Xbox. They now have characters in Chai and 808 and Peppermint that Xbox can now market. Xbox can now develop these characters.
They got that potential.
This is a brand new IP that they own flat out.
Yeah.
They could develop this series. This could become a new franchise. Think about it, Steel. I saw people running with the ideas. Right? Hip hop version of Hi-Fi Rush. Give me a hip hop version of Hi-Fi Rush.
That would be dope.
Why not?
Would be dope.
Would work. This is important in a lot of different levels, more so than people realize. The Shadow Drop itself and the unbelievable reception it has gotten and what it's done on the Steam charts, what it's done on Xbox. It was trending on Twitter for over 12 hours straight, as the great Benji Sales pointed out. This shows Microsoft, too, the power of marketing in this digital age. Something, again, that we've talked about. The marketing with Xbox has been spotty in the past, but they found out that a Shadow Drop in 2023 can work on certain games. Phil said it himself when Tim Dog asked him how he felt about Hi-Fi Rush. Phil said, it's worked awesome for Hi-Fi Rush. Not going to work for every game, but it worked here. That shows Xbox a new path forward with marketing. Screw the reviewers. This is something Todd Howard's talked about.
And Fahim brought that point up, brought this up too a little bit. He says, before you go on, he says, wait, so that's how Xbox plans to escape getting reviews out of fear of being an Xbox game. That's kind of suspicious.
Right. That's what you do, though. But watch the reviews come out. The reviews are going to prove that all this hype is real. The reviews are going to come in, and I can guarantee you this is going to be an 85 plus Metacritic.
At least.
What it does is it avoids the narratives being built up.
Yeah.
That's what it does. It avoids all the noise that happens whenever Xbox, and again, we see this. And I'm not saying the same thing didn't just happen to Forspoken. Okay, I'm not saying that at all.
It got
the hate train,
but the
is
people,
real, folks.
The people have spoke on that too, though.
Yes,
now,
absolutely.
Again,
more.
I'm still interested in it, but
so am I. But the hate train's real. Okay, it happens in this day and age. But this is one way to avoid all that nonsense, all that noise. Get the game out there. Let gamers decide if the game's good or not, without any kind of influence from anybody else. Mm-hmm. And this was the perfect game to do it. Hi-Fi Rush knocked it out of the park. This is absolutely the way you want to start 2023, with a surprise game coming out of the blue. They did a great job. Again, Xbox has been very leaky, Steel.
Yeah.
Sure, we had Grubb name it, and we had Grubb say it was going to be a rhythm brawler. That's all we got. In the past, chances are this game would have leaked. And we would have gotten more details. And we would have known about the shadow drop.
That's what's crazy about this whole entire situation. Right. We literally knew nothing about this game. No.
And it took Grubb nearly 5 years to get anything on the game. 5 years this game's been in development, and nobody knew this was happening. This is great on so many different levels. Again, Hi-Fi Rush, knocked it out of the park. This is where you want to start. 2023, the new generation of Xbox, the new era of Xbox. Off to a great start with Hi-Fi Rush. Shout out to the entire team. Again, even though the game's not for me, does not matter. I recognize quality. Game's quality. Game is absolutely 100%. And like I said, it's closer to AAA than what people want to give it credit for. The $30 price point is ridiculously good value in this day and age.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. What was the next game, Steel? ESO. I already talked about ESO. I'm not going to give my thoughts again and again. I re-downloaded it. I started playing again, created a new character, even though my $300 to $500 character is locked over on PlayStation side of ESO. I started a new character. The only last thing I'll say is, if you ever want to know how good this show was, this developer direct was, Steel, it got people talking about ESO.
Yeah.
When ESO normally comes up at an E3 presentation next side, alongside Grounded, alongside Sea of Thieves, and everybody goes, oh, here we go. The slow part of the show, Sea of Thieves again, ESO again, Grounded again. This show and how they presented ESO got people re-downloading it, got people trying it out for the first time, got people to realize that this is a single-player experience, not just an MMO, that if you want some more Elder Scrolls content, go play ESO. Even if you have zero interest in playing with other people, it does not matter. It's a great game. But that's how good this developer direct was overall. And we'll get to the overall opinions and what this developer direct is about here soon. So that was ESO. Then we got Forza Motorsport. Again, said it time and time again. If there's one dev team, if you had to pick one dev team out of all of Xbox that you knew was going to knock it out of the park time and time again, sure, it's in one genre. Sure, you can dismiss it because it's racing, simulation, simcade, whatever you want to call it. Sure, you can say all that. If you want to pick one dev you know is going to kill it every single time, from the time they start creating the game to the presentation, up to the launch, to when we get our games in our hands, Turn 10 is going to be probably number one on most people's list. Turn 10, I expected nothing. This was the known quantity of this show for me. This is the known, like, I just know. I already know. I don't even need to see anything. I already know what this game's going to be like. I already know Turn 10 is going to kill it. I already know that all this extra time that they've gotten to, retool the Forza engine, Forza Tech, all of that. I already just knew, Steel. And again, what they showed, sure. Could I have seen more of it? Absolutely. I wanted to see more gameplay than we were shown. But again, I already knew what it was going to look like, and it's freaking ridiculous. It's absolutely amazing. And they come out and just go, 4K 60 ray tracing on track. See you. Bye. Yeah. All you people that say it can't be done, well, guess what? Yeah, once again, we'll just prove you all wrong yet again. Let's go. 4K 60 ray tracing on track for the Series X. They killed it. It looks fantastic. The leaps that Steel talked about, a lot of the leaps are going to be in the feel of the game. That's why I can't wait to get it in my hands as a car guy, as a racing game fan. Not to Steel's level by any stretch of imagination. I don't play on sim and all that garbage, but I'm going to try it. I always try it out to see. But this one I will certainly play more sim aspects to it because I want to feel the difference in it. But yeah, this is going to be the leap that we expected. This is why racing games generally always in the past used to release with your new hardware, because they are the showcase. They are the goose that lays the golden egg when it comes to showing off your new hardware. That's what racing games are supposed to do. And even though we're getting this game, 3 years into the generation, it doesn't matter. This is going to be the game that finally says, current gen is here. This is the power of the series consoles. And you saw that in what we saw. Oh, it's on PC. Bro, they do that every single show. Stop. And every time people, it's on PC. I want to see it on the guess what? When the console version comes out, especially the Series X version, it's going to look like that. It's going to look like that. That's what they do. That's what Turn 10 does. Again, I think other developers secretly hate Turn 10 because they push the bar so damn high. They secretly hate them. Because now, all of us gamers who are out here with crazy expectations for 60 frames on every game, I know, ray tracing, again, ray tracing, Steel and I've talked about playing, it's overrated, but whatever, it's cool. But now that Turn 10 proves that it can be done, and yes, it's in a completely different genre than the other games we talk about, but gamers going to be like, what's your problem? What's your problem, Gotham Knights?
I think that's what fucking drives me up the wall a little bit about it, though, because it's like, why? Because it's in a racing game, does it get discredited? You act like there's no effort that gets put into it. Like, the cars are so easy to make. Oh, it's just tracks. Oh, it's just like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? No. Like, racing games aren't just easy to be. Oh, they just copy. That's not what happens.
Yeah, we've already seen that narrative again. That this is just they're using the same cars they always have. Oh my god, bro. So anyways, shout out to Turn 10. The sound, I can't wait to get the headphones on for Forza Motorsport, Steel.
It's gonna sound
with the ray trace sound, the global
Horizon
illumination.
5 sounds fucking
Horizon 5,
crazy.
But man, now the fact that the heat from the track as it increases will affect your intake, will affect your horsepower. Bro, they're bringing this to a whole nother level when it comes to stuff. And yes, I know hardcore sim racing guys. There's other games that do this. I get that. But as far as a complete package goes, Forza is at the top. Okay, as far as a complete package goes. I know there's games that do it better as far as the sim racing goes. There's a game out there, iRace, where your driver can die in an accident. You got to start the whole season over again.
Come on, guys.
Listen. If that's for you, power to you. Yeah. But that's not what Forza is about.
No.
But what Forza is giving us, the damage, man, when they showed off how the dirt built up in different areas of the car, Steel.
Yeah, it's details, man. Details that you'll notice.
Oh, man. That orange peel on that paint looking good.
Yo, that was, I mean, again, we've seen some of those things before too, but it's like the way that they displayed it, bro, was just like, that looks damn near hyper realistic.
Yes, it does. And I just can't wait. So again, we'll maybe talk about it a little bit more too. Looks like it's going to fall out of the 12-month window, but we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah.
And then finally, of course, Minecraft Legends, as an RTS fan, as a strategy game fan, but as a non-Minecraft fan, as somebody who can't stand the look of Minecraft, never liked it, never enjoyed Minecraft a day in my life. I gotta say, Minecraft Legends showed well. Steel, the level of strategy involved in this game, they focused on the PvP aspect this time. Really surprised me. The tower defense plus strategy style gameplay appeals to me. And I think it would be a hell of a good time getting 4-on-4. It'd be a hell of a time getting us in there and rocking and rolling. One person building while the other person is scavenging for different materials and all that kind of stuff. Finding secret chests out in the world that can help you out, that can turn the table. All of that appeals to me. And I thought the Minecraft team, Mojang, did a fantastic job of showing why I should be interested in Minecraft Legends more so than I was before.
Yeah.
And I think this could be something big. And again, to me, Minecraft is a gateway drug for a lot of things. And, Minecraft Dungeons was a gateway drug for action RPGs. there might be plenty of people who never played an action RPG looter that jumped into Minecraft Dungeons and decided they really like that style, right? Minecraft Legends is going to be the same thing for RTS, for strategy. People who would never touch a strategy game before because it looks too complicated and there are some that are way complicated. Yeah. But there's all different levels. But somebody who's never touched that type of game before, but because it's Minecraft Steel, play Minecraft Legends, all of a sudden decide they kind of like that and start looking around and saying, oh, what else is out there? And all of a sudden they see on Game Pass Steel, RTSs are dropping. Yep. Oh, let me go try this one. Let me go see if this is for me. Oh, this looks kind of cool. Let's go try this. Oh man, Halo Wars 2. I never played that one before, but I love Halo. Let's go try Halo Wars 2. Yeah. Those things can happen, right? So I think this is a great game. They did a great job with it. And I was pleasantly surprised by Minecraft Legends, to be honest. I really was. I think it's something that I'm definitely going to jump into and try. Now, let me take over here, Steel, a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's jump into the overall opinion on the showcase itself, format-wise. And I'll start, and I'll bring you in on this one, too. This is exactly what we asked and have been asking Microsoft and Xbox to do. Yeah. This is exactly why time and time again on this show, on every other show I'm on, we brought up marketing. We brought up, what are you going to do to show all of these games coming out and give them the proper spotlight, Xbox? You guys have never owned this much IP. You guys have never had this many studios in your life. How are you possibly going to make sure that people are aware of the games that are coming out? What are you going to do? And then we all sat here and said, state of plays. Nintendo Directs, something on that scale. Give it to us. Give it to us. Let us see these games. And we also happen to mention, Steel, get rid of the talking heads. Yep. Please, get rid of the talking heads. We're talking heads. I don't want to see me and Steel presenting the developers' works. I want to see the games. So please, get rid of that. They've listened, and again, I don't believe they listened to us. I believe they just sat down and realized that they had to do something. They've been working towards this moment for a long time. But this developer direct was spot on, Steel, format wise. From the opening graphics with the whiteboard, chalkboard aesthetic that they went with, like that kind of gave it that very creative, hey, we're kind of giving you the nuts and bolts here. We're not going to do all this fluff. We're giving you the nuts and bolts behind the scenes of what it's like for the creation of these games. I loved it. I loved it from the beginning, Steel, how they worked that in there. And then to allow the developers themselves to talk about their own art, their own games, their own creations.
Yep.
Who better to talk about that stuff than they themselves, even if they might not be comfortable in front of the camera, because this is not their job, is to get in front of a camera and talk. Their job is to sit behind a computer and program away and create all this beautiful stuff that we get to see and play. They are the ones to talk about it because they are the ones that have the passion behind it. They're the ones that have the love behind it. They're the ones that have confidence in what they're doing and why we should be excited to play this stuff. And guess what? Showed up on camera during the developer direct. Developers coming out, still scripted, but not the fake script that we've seen from Twitch and Ubisoft and all these corny ass kind of places when they try to do this stuff. We saw the developers behind the scenes talking about it, and that's exactly the smiles, the love of what they're doing came through this whole entire developer direct. And 100%. You can, and again, you might care less about that stuff. Just show me the gameplay. I understand that. I'm not talking to you right now.
Right.
It's important to the overall industry. It's important to me to show this more and more. Steel. This also goes into the conversation that we've had about how secretive this industry is. Mm-hmm. And what happens is it is dehumanized. These people are never shown. And we've heard the developers come out and we had conversations about toxicity in the community and how they get attacked. And we've seen the awful, awful DMs sent to some of these devs and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's not okay.
That's because because they're not thought of as humans, because we never see these people, Steel. Because this industry is so locked tight and like, oh, we're not going to show you anything. We got nuclear codes up in here. We can't give you guys anything. Give us these glimpses behind the scene, and it helps change that thought process. It helps to show the people behind it and that they are human beings and that they have feelings. And guess what? One of their feelings is that we love our job and we love what we're doing right now and we love what we're creating. And that came through in spades throughout this entire development direct. The pacing was on point. The editing was done extremely well to keep that pace going. We got enough of the developers talking, and we got plenty of gameplay and showing off the games. It was the perfect blend balance from start to finish. Then you throw in a surprise, which we all, and you guys can go listen. I'll talked about this as well. How the just one more thing. Well, they didn't do the just one more thing at the end. They threw it in the middle. But it's still a hook, Steel, that I talked about. Give us a hook. What is our hook for coming back to these things? Because now people are taking notice. People who maybe didn't watch this live, Steel, and then all of a sudden start hearing about Hi-Fi Rush, Shadow dropping out of nowhere. Go download it now. All of a sudden go, ooh, I need to pay attention to these developer directs going forward. Next one that Xbox does, I'm just going to pop in to see what's going on.
Yep.
I want to see the games, but maybe they got a surprise for us. Not that they're going to do this every time. They're not. They're not going to do this every time. But it's that hook. It gets people interested, and that's when you get people from outside the ecosystem starting to come in and starting to watch these things, just like State of Plays, just like Nintendo Directs. I don't own a Nintendo system, haven't owned a Nintendo system since Super Nintendo, and I still watch Nintendo Directs. They found the format, Steel, and I want them to move forward with this. Xbox, if you are listening, please continue this. Expand this. Do this with your third parties. Do this with your indies. Partners.
Do it with everything. Get
rid of that ID at Xbox with Twitch 4-hour freaking mess.
Do this.
Do this. Do this, because guess what? All the noise that I was just talking about with Hi-Fi Rush, there's noise when you get all these other people involved with it. And distill it down to exactly this, the games and the people behind the games. That's it. That's it. That's all you got to do. This is the perfect format. Again, 43 minutes. Start to finish was phenomenal. Never lagged. Never felt like, oh God, can you just get nothing? Like I said, ESO even got some positivity out of this. That shows you guys knocked it out of the park. And if this is a part of, I've heard people speculate that Bethesda was behind this. If this is Bethesda, if this has to do with the new hires that they brought in, that we know that they brought in to specifically do marketing, whatever combination of people decided to go with this way, keep doing it. Keep doing it.
Outstanding.
As long as you got content to show us, do it this way. Yes, I still want my E3, my big showcases, and not TGAs.
That's also different. You should treat E3 more so like it's always traditionally been. Stop treating it, 12 months. No, let's fucking look at the future. What are you making? Get me excited. That's what it should be about, man. Yeah. Like, again, that's what it should be.
Yep.
So it's like
this developer direct did that, Steel. It got me excited about the games I'm going to be playing within the next few months. It spotlighted them. It brought people's attention to games like Minecraft Legends that maybe they weren't thinking about, or ESO, which has been out there forever. It brought the spotlight to those games and to the content that's going to be coming out in the next few months that I know I'm going to have my hands on. Now, Forza might be a little bit longer than a few months, but whatever. They did what they had to do. They came, they nailed it. Steel, give me your overall thoughts on the format and what you saw.
For me, the format was outstanding, man. From the start to finish, as soon as I saw those images pop up on the screen and how they treated it, I mean, of course, we got a countdown to a countdown to a countdown, but it's not like the countdown led to another 2-hour countdown, which led to, it's not like it was anything terrible, but it was a joke that we had to make. I definitely like this. I like the aesthetic of it, mainly because, again, what I think Microsoft tends to do also, which, and I don't understand why they shy away from it. Like, I get it, but at the same point, I don't know why I shy away from it, is that Microsoft at the end of the day is Windows. And it just doesn't, it makes sense for you to dig more into your Windows bag and do displays that are of that ilk, right? You do a virtual chalkboard, like that's so business type, but because it was more gamer centric or gamer focused and you had a little bit of fun with it, it worked, right? Yep. You didn't have to shy away from something that you don't have to shy away from it anymore, I think is the overall point, as far as trying to have that separation between your different types of business. Your Microsoft, like, just stand as Microsoft and do things the way you want to do them. I do agree if it's the new hires or whatever the case may be, they hit the nail on the head from start to finish. It was not a lacking moment. Everything felt pristine, precise. And I saw somebody mention that, hey, it was scripted. Ray Oid, he said it was scripted, but felt authentic. I 1000%. Again, exactly you have to have a script, right? You can't just go off the cuff because people are people. Not everybody's good at just talking. Right. So you have to have something to follow, but body language says everything. And every person that they brought up on the stage, as far as the devs go, the people that spoke on their games, you could tell that they were passionate about what they were working on.
Yep. And they were excited to talk about it.
It looked like they wanted to give us more. Right? Which is something that I've always been banging my drum on, because who better to sell me the game than the actual developer, right? Now, if they blow me a cloud of smoke, then it is what it is. We get clouds of smoke all the time. You got to fan that stuff out, open a window, and see through the fog. But a game that I never thought I'd care about in Minecraft Legends. I was interested. I was like, I was doing something different. Yep. I'm interested. I might give it a shake.
Right.
Forza was displayed well. Hi-Fi Rush being shadow dropped was just like, really?
What year is this?
And then see that. Exactly. and then now people saying, oh, they had this in the tuck the whole time. They could have did this, and this. Again, I'll make this statement that Microsoft has to figure out their marketing strategy. Again, for a company that just started getting as much talent that they have now in 2017, that was their first step through the door. As a company who now considers gaming as an integral piece of their business, you can see the change. This game, Hi-Fi Rush, is the easiest example of that. This should not be a $30 game. This should be a $60 game for the amount of polish, hair, and just passion that you can feel as soon as you start the game up. Yep. That is absurd, and it dropped not only console but on PC also. We're more and more we're blending those differences, and we are in an era where there's not PlayStation works this way, Xbox works this way, Nintendo always was going to work one way, but PlayStation and Xbox, they don't work differently from each other. They're using the same stuff. PC is using the same stuff. Let's figure it out. Let's make it more integral. Let's get more access to people. And this show displayed all of that on the front lines. It felt like Microsoft, Xbox went out, put its heart on its sleeve, and said, "Look, what we got right now. Yep. How does that make you feel?" And one of the biggest detractors that I've been seeing from people, again, with Forza Motorsport, that will draw some negatives out, because that is a negative that we didn't get a date. It's also, possibly there could be some teases in there that they use. They use a certain font, and I know people are like, "Oh, well, it's just the font." And this, guys, like, I understand that not everybody knows how marketing works, but there are people who stare at these. It's not me just slapping together a thumbnail when I got some free time and trying to make it look good. No, there are multiple people looking over one image to make sure that it clears. Yep. Oh, is there anything in here we don't want, or is it looking good? I know it doesn't. It may not be. You may not feel that way because they let Halo Infinite be displayed the way that it was originally, which I get you. But we're trying to move forward. And it'd be crazy to think that if Forza ends up, like Doom mentioned, is 6/20/23 as it was displayed in that image that they ended with. A little decryption there. But if that ends up being the case, then fantastic. You still hit that 12-month mark. But
we can at least say they're shooting for it, right? Even if it's still in flux, even if they're not confident enough to say that date, at least it maybe gives us a hint they're shooting for that date.
Right, exactly. And again, anybody can consider it complaining. You could say that, oh, nobody promised anything. At the end of the day, whether they're subject to change or not, you said that these things are going to happen in the next 12 months. Pong has mentioned it. I have mentioned it. Mav has mentioned it. Other people have mentioned it. You did not have to lock anything in. You lock Starfield in, and we'll see where that at. See where we're at with that right now. You didn't have to lock anything in. So if you don't hit the 12 months, again, regardless of how people feel about it, I am going to say something.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because again, you didn't have to do that.
Right.
Why? It's just the definition of insanity is doing the same things over and over again and expecting different results. Like, come on, guys. Like, you didn't have to, again, do bad marketing just to save face in front of the people. I understand that you're the most vocal gaming publisher that we have out, but that doesn't mean you have to blow smoke up our ass either. We can see through it. This isn't 10 years ago. We see it. When games come out the way they do, we see it. But when we hear that, oh, they just started polishing the beginning of January, well, fuck, I could put 2 and 2 together and say, hey, it hopefully it still comes out within the first 6 months.
Yep.
Because
that's what this show did too, Steel, was take away that smoke. Right? That's what I was saying. It gave us the behind the scenes. You gave us dates on the ones that you were comfortable with giving us dates, but it took away that smoke. And look at how much it's appreciated by giving us this view of it, right? Giving us this view of your games, of your industry, of your devs. We all appreciate it, right? No more of that bullshit.
Right. And like Dr. Dinglnut brings up a point. Why wouldn't they announce the date then and there, then and there, instead of hiding it at the bottom of a marketing shot from the same event?
Because
again, like Pong mentioned, it could be a fluid date. It could be something. It could just be a little hint. Could be, hey, for the people that actually like motorsport or are interested in this game, maybe they'll do a little bit of digging and they'll see this little date, and that could be a date that they are shooting for. We don't know. If it does end up coming in the fall, again, I'm going to speak on it because there was a statement made, and you put stuff in a presentation for me to understand that this was your plan. Again, I'm going to speak out on anybody's roadmap. Halo Infinite, I'll speak on that roadmap all I want because it's always in flux, and it shouldn't be, per se. But if it's not that, and it's like, and people also get it confused with, oh, I don't want complete. It's like, oh, you don't want the game to be in its. Of course, I want the fucking game to be in its best form, but I also want the people that are making the games, i.e., Sony, not to try to sell me on a game that's not going to release.
Right.
Like Factions. Just as an example.
It always comes back to Factions.
I always gotta light that bridge, right? Always gotta light that fire right back now.
It always comes back to Factions, folks.
Always gotta light that fire right up there. No,
you want to know what gives Steel's nightmares at night? It's Factions.
It's Factions. It definitely is. And then he talk about he don't want to do no more Last of Us, or he doesn't have any plans.
Here we go.
I mean, here we go.
Here we go.
But no, I mean, again, I understand that things have to be fluid. I understand that games change, people change, ideas change. I get it. And sometimes things need a little bit more work than they originally might have thought. Again, Gran Turismo apparently takes 300 days to work on one car. I can't think that Turn 10 doesn't take any less time, or maybe they have a better strategy.
Better process. They got a better process.
They gotta have a better process, because good Lord. I mean, hey, it is what it is. It's attention to detail, but what's the cost there?
Yeah.
I want things to be at the in their best light, and I think that this presentation, outside of Redfall, again, as you mentioned, typically, and I have noticed that. Again, with Dishonored, the first Dishonored, when I first saw it, it didn't present well, but I played the game and I was like, it's a fucking pretty solid game. It's dope. I like the world building. I like what they got going on. I like the basic mechanics that I had. And again, with only a couple hours into the game, and in other games being around it, it is what it is. But I felt like overall, this is definitely the way that things need, right? Yeah. Don't do, again, the question, somebody brought this question up, I believe it was Mav, that was like, hey, do you want more of these to happen throughout the year?
Yeah.
And I do, but only if you're going to do it with second and third party games also. It doesn't have to be all first party, right? I'm not the guy to sit here to say that, oh, first party is the end all to be all, and if it doesn't look this way, then it doesn't matter. If it's not AAA, then it doesn't matter. No, I want you to show me. Not me, because I care about the industry, but I want you to show these 3 billion gamers that you're trying to pitch to why they should give a fuck about all these other games. That's what I want. Show me why. If you're going to put a Wolong in Game Pass, which they are, give it a presentation before the game drops.
Yeah.
So you got gameplay. You can use the same gameplay that's out there right now. Hey, this is boom. Hey, it
is a little different asking a third party to give up their time.
It is,
but I'm sure you would have some partners. I'm sure the Atomic Heart. I'm sure Munfish would have loved to have something like this for Atomic Heart behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And give their devs some screen time with all the flack that's been going on about Munfish and about Atomic Heart. I'm sure it would have been great. But in the future, Steel, now that they've got this format, now that they know that almost everybody, loves the format, now they can start expanding out, right? And doing more things with more of their partners in the future. But yeah, I hope they do it too. And I hope they keep the same production quality that they did in this one. That whole opening sequence too, Steel, where they kind of edited it all together, walking through the different studios and having different shots of the studios. Chef's kiss.
And Andrew Wilkins brings up, when did 300 days become 6 months? Xbox fans can ever be right or honest, even the few times they try to be. Andrew, I just have one question. When is E3 shown? In June, right? How many more months are after June?
Right.
And then how many more months are we at until we get to another E3? That's 12 months, ain't it?
Yep.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hmm.
And now, if you don't get that concept, if you don't know what we're speaking to, hey, man, I got you. And if you need me to clarify some other things for you, I got you. I'm not these other people that you might be listening to. You could take that however you want, but I'm not. We're also not just Xbox fans. We are fans of the industry, which I would then take now the time to say Living Splitscreen is a non-console centric platform that takes the RTS view, pulling ourselves out of the world, looking at the darker crevices of the map, pulling those resources together to build the foundation for the 3 billion gamers that we're trying to reach. That Phil always talks to. Oh, I'm talking about how long it takes for Polyphony Digital to make one car.
Oh,
okay. I just wanted to clarify. I was like, God damn. I was like, whoa. I was like, let me clarify just in case, because I know some people, unfortunately, like to take some things out of context. We see it all the time. Again, me and Pong are highly involved within what's going on in the industry and the Twitter streets and in the Reddit streets. I'm looking at all this stuff. Like I was looking at all the comments under people's like hi-fi rush videos to see what people are talking about. And people were like, oh yeah, that's how I knew that it was more so universally being praised, because people don't hide their feelings in YouTube comments. Like they really don't. They feel like they can say whatever they want to say. Pixel Slap
with a quick trigger.
I use clarified butter. Yeah, I had to get the bread out, give you a little butter on that one. But stuff. Yeah, overall, I was extremely impressed by the show. I do think that that's how it's very reminiscent of a PlayStation show or a Nintendo show. But again, these people have been pulling ideas from each other since the beginning. And it only makes sense for them to kind of take that and flip it in their own way. And I think Xbox did really well doing that. Again, I give the show about an 8.5, 9 out of 10. And like you, Pong, I mean, we talk about it all the time. We look at shows kind of in a vacuum. I don't compare it to a previous show. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to do that. I will forever be depressed if I'm like, oh, well, this doesn't compare to when they showed Gears of War. Like, no, nothing compares to fucking Mad World. Like, what do you want me to do about that? Yeah. So there's always so many things.
Yeah, no, I was at 8.5 live when we did it over on Fun Speculations channel. And after going back and watching it, the presentation in 4K 60, I did bump it to a 9. And again, my only detraction really was the no date for Forza. That was my real only detraction from it. Other than that, again, show was off the charts. It was definitely a solid A for me, high B, solid A for me. So again, I just want them to continue forward for their first time out doing this deal. They differentiated themselves. They didn't just do a state of play. They didn't just do a Nintendo Direct. They didn't just copy what those two shows do. They made it their own, and they gave it their Xbox twist and made it different from those, which is fantastic. Again, I wouldn't have minded had they just ripped off State of Play or Nintendo Direct and just done it in that format, but they went above and beyond that and gave us something different, and it works well, and I can't wait to see the next one when they decide to drop it. And we're, obviously we'll see when that comes. Like Mav said, this would be the perfect format to replace that after E3 show that they normally do.
Yeah.
The one that, again, no slander towards Paris or what they did with that second show at all, with the sit downs and that kind of stuff. No slander. Did a great job, but I would rather see this format. I would rather the after show get down and dirty with a couple of the devs, showcase some of the games that were shown at E3, put it in this format. It'd be a great after show. So I definitely would do that.
And then MG says, I'm a Sony point and I think Hi-Fi Rush looks dope. And again, I was about to write him. I was like, yeah, exactly. It sounds like you appreciate games as games, which should be the case. Like, of course, we can use comparisons and say this isn't that and that isn't this. We could do that all day long. And at the end of the day, a lot of that conversation is just opinion-based, whatever.
Yeah. And that's why Stealing is... that's why you and I just talked about Forspoken and the hate train. Again, I don't believe Forspoken. Again, there's criticisms. There's criticisms for sure. Valid criticism. No game should be running at 720 at any point on the PS5.
No, not this generation. Zero. No, that's piss poor. That's piss poor, sad.
That is terrible optimization by the devs. There is legit criticism to be had for Forspoken. But the hate train that's rolling, the nonsense on the Xbox side with the clown show that like to do this, and again,
it's corny.
It's return fire for everything that the PlayStation Clown Show does to the Xbox crew. It's return fire. This is why it's just a stupid console war. That's why I'm not involved in it. But the hate train rolls from that, and I don't think Forspoken is it certainly, like I said, would it be a full price game for me if I had a PS5? Would I pay? No, I wouldn't. I would wait for a sale.
And that's kind of the point that I've gotten to now.
But that's personal opinion. That's value. That's value opinion. That's me personally. But overall, I still have interest in Forspoken. I still will play it. So at some point, if it comes out on Xbox or I get my PC, I'll play Forspoken because I'm interested in it. I think it still looks great. I still think there's parts of it that look really fun.
Yeah, me too. And again, I'm also somebody that likes Final Fantasy 15, so I'm probably going to have more enjoyment out of it than most people will.
Right, same team.
And people didn't like Final, and that's always going to be my main point. It's like, bro, y'all didn't like Final Fantasy 15, and I liked it, so might as well. Might as well play Forspoken. But anyway, hopefully they get that worked out. All right. With that, there's also been some additional news. I guess we can go a little bit into this. Jez Corden did put out the smoke on this, at least from his belief. CD keys, again, I hope nobody was taking this as fact, but CD keys does tend to have a little bit on the pulse of some things because they are behind the scenes and they have a lot more access than we as normal people would. But CD keys did release put out a release date on their site for 3/23/23 Starfield. Now, again, this has been a date that I have stated almost 8 months ago when we heard about the delay. This was the first date that came to my mind just because of nothing outside.
Yeah, you didn't know the other stuff behind 3/23/23.
I knew nothing else but what was going on in March. Nothing. I just did it based off of what dates sounded good. And and I know Todd Howard's, he loves those numbers. I don't see any other date really fitting into that unless they go further out past the 6 months possibly. But 3/23/23 is still going to be a date, whether CD Keys is accurate or not. I don't know if I'm accurate or not. It is a date that I am going to go out on the ledge and stand on, just as someone who's doing podcasts, and I like to put my, put a little bit of my, stuff out there. Why not just put your nuts on the table and say, hey, this is what I believe. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Of course, I want the game to be in its best light. Of course, that is the case, but it doesn't mean that it's not going to get the proper smoke if it does fall outside of the timeline that Xbox set. Now, whether that's Bethesda's fault or not, or Xbox's fault, doesn't matter. You're under Xbox now. Get that smoke. Again, I do want the game to be in its best light, but you can't say that, oh, people are playing it front to back and, oh, there's multiple people that got their hands on it right now. And then also throw out the possibility for it to be around this time. Again, I'm still of the mind, if we do get, if we get a trailer at the Super Bowl, and again, that's smoke
and the showcase.
That's smoke too. And the showcase. If we get a trailer at the Super Bowl for Starfield, it's coming. And again, I know a lot of people don't agree with that, but it's just like, what? It's easy. I think it's an easy marketing strategy.
There's multiple points, Steel, to both sides. And again, I'm saving my energy if it moves out of the 6 months, right? So I'm calm. I believe it comes out still in the first 6 months. They doubled down on it with the support page. The CD key thing is fun. It just adds the fuel to the conspiracy theory. I love it. CD keys, for people who don't know, placeholder dates, they generally use December 31st of that year as their placeholder date. So for them to come out with a specific date is pretty strange, especially one as random as 3/23/23 would be. Maybe they've heard the smoke at this point and they're having a little fun with it and putting it out there. It certainly could be, like In Exile did with their tweet post that we pointed out, where I
bet more people went to CD keys than ever before. And
and they certainly could be doing that. Again, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm still on the train. Again, you and I rolled through the dates. You were the first to ever say 3/23/23. Give you full credit every time I talk about it. I say, it's my brother Steel from that came out with this first. I agreed with you. I had my 5/23/23 date right around my birthday because I thought it'd be cool, Memorial Day. But again, 3/23/23 makes sense if you're looking at it from a numerology kind of perspective that Todd likes. Also, then we found out later on that it's an important date for NASA, that it's the first, the Wright brothers patented the first flying machine on that day. That's why NASA uses that day. Then we find out April is Space Month, so April makes some sense too. But I'm still on the train. As long as the first 6 months, I'm cool. Selfishly, I don't want it around Diablo time because I'm not going to be playing Diablo, and I'm pissed. I'm not. You guys are all going to be playing Diablo nonstop. I'm not going to be playing Diablo. I'm real with myself. I'm going to be deep into space like that. Just me. So selfishly, I don't want it in June, but if it drops in June, I'm still cool with it. That's fine. But we got to take into consideration here, Steel. Hi-Fi Rush just shadow dropped. That's not an Xbox norm. That is a ZeniMax decision that obviously was approved by Phil and the team. So this idea that Starfield has to have marketing time is completely, in my opinion, not a marketing expert, has been pointed out to me many, many times. Although, seems we got it right with the developer direct, folks. Anyways, see, to me, in my opinion, it does not need 4 months of marketing. Even as big a game as this is to Xbox, it does not need 4 months of marketing. The minute they do the showcase, the marketing starts. That moment, the media sites are going to go crazy with Starfield coverage, because the minute they do the deep dive is the minute that they're dissecting each and every video goes out. YouTube, streamers going to be talking about this. It's already started happening with the 11/11/22 date. They already kind of technically started a little bit of it when they first started that. So the marketing has already started. We've seen the boxes printed with the Starfield. Xbox Series X is going to have Starfield on the back. Nobody's debunked that yet. Nobody's come out and said that's not true. That's got to be real. Those pictures are real. They're already printing that stuff. all the marketing campaigns, whether it's billboards, whether it's buses over in Europe, which is a popular way to market, all that could already be done in the background. That's a switch that's turned on. That's already done. That's a switch. Go time. Let's go. Then you got to remember that Todd Howard has said multiple times through the years, he hates the marketing and review process of games. His dream would be to show a game and release it a week later. That's his dream. Todd never has had the power that he has right now.
Nope.
He was always beholden to the shareholders at ZeniMax before. And ZeniMax, as being an independent company, did not have the luxury of trying risky kind of marketing schemes.
Nope.
Never. When their games dropped, Skyrim, Fallout, 4 months is what they generally did. 4 to 6 months, generally, for marketing. But that's because of the ZeniMax, because they needed to hit no matter what, right? And again, that was the past. Now Todd has power. Todd is not far away from retirement at some point. We might get Elder Scrolls 6 and then he might retire. He might stick around for Fallout 5 and then retire. He's only got so many games left in him. Now he has his good friend Phil as a boss, folks. And do not discount this. Yeah. I understand Xbox is still the corporation and Microsoft is even the bigger corporation.
They look at Xbox does things differently though, bro.
They do it different. And they've allowed ZeniMax to control their own destiny in a lot of ways still.
Yeah.
Even underneath this. So you're telling me that if Phil goes to Todd, or Todd goes to Phil after the initial delay from 11/11/22 and goes, okay, we're going to delay this thing. Needs a little bit more work. Our team's not going to be able to hit it. But we think we can get this out in the first half. And Phil's going, God damn, our roadmap is pretty plugged up first half, Todd. I don't know if we can, maybe we should save it for fall. Maybe we should save it for holiday season 2023. Maybe give you guys more time. Todd's like, no, I want to get to work on Elder Scrolls 6, Phil. This game's done. This game's going to be ready to go first half. Phil's going, okay, do you know the date yet? And Todd's like, no, I don't know the date yet. We got to figure that out. We'll figure it out soon enough. And then Todd, and again, I love creating these little stories, folks. This is just my little stories in my head. And then Todd comes around December, end of December or so, maybe January, beginning of this month, and calls up Phil and says, you know what, Phil? We're hitting it. And I love 3/23/23. I love that date for all these reasons, Phil. Phil's like, Todd, come on, man. We got to get marketing ramped up. What are we going to do? Todd's like, nah. You get your boxes done. You get you set up with your billboards. Get your Super Bowl commercial ready. I'll give you all that.
I know you got to deal with the NFL. It's not going to cost as much as it would.
Yeah. But I want to, Phil, I only have so many games left. I've always had this idea of dropping a game sooner than I have in the past. Let me do this my way.
Yeah,
Let's do this. I'll do a showcase. I'll do a deep dive. Then we're dropping that game 3/23/23. Let me do it this way. Let me do a quick turnaround. You think Phil's going to look at Todd and go, no? No, of course not. He's going to let this happen. He's going to let Todd call his shot. Because again, Todd's only got so many games left. And this has been an idea he's had. And again, the Starfield is already known to the hardcore.
Yeah.
I heard this argument on another show. Starfield's got to be marketed to the masses for it to be a success.
High on Life didn't, and it's a much smaller game, and it has no critical reception behind it. Right. You don't think they could do that with
Starfield?
Todd Howard's one of his main games?
A hardcore fan base, the enthusiast gamer already knows about Starfield. Has been hearing about Starfield now for at least a year, if not more. Most people have been following Starfield for a lot longer than that, knowing that it was Bethesda's next title. The enthusiast has already heard. All that needs to happen is the game needs to drop. Your Call of Duty Madden players are not going to hear about Starfield till it drops, no matter how much marketing you fucking do. Even if they see an ad on the Super Bowl, they'll dismiss it and be like, that's not a game I play. I don't give a shit. What happens, and it's happened with Skyrim, it's happened with Oblivion, it's happened with Fallout 3, it's happened with Fallout 4, The enthusiasts, the Bethesda fans show up in droves. They play the game, and then the word goes out. And all of a sudden, everybody's like, oh, hot damn. Then the reviews pop out in their 90s and their generational type games, and you got to go play this game. Where do the masses go for their news? Not to commercials anymore in 2023. Not to that BS. They go to IGN.
Yeah.
As much as I hate to say it, they go to IGN.
That's what they do.
You only need IGN to start doing the deep dive coverage for the masses start to hear about Starfield. Yep. Then you only need for the official reviews to come out when Starfield drops. And again, Todd ain't giving out review codes month in advance for this game. We're not going to see reviews. Todd's giving this game, Todd will give the reviewers 24 hours, maybe, he said. So that's when the masses will start hearing about it. And when those scores, again, this is all based on faith. We know nothing. This is based on faith. This is based on history. When those scores start rolling in the 90s, and everybody goes, this is one of the greatest space games ever created, or maybe the best space game ever created. That's when the masses hear about it anyways, and then they all start figuring out how they're going to play it. Oh, I got to get game. Oh, this is only on Xbox now? It's not coming from PlayStation? Oh, my God, I got to get into Game Pass. Oh, I got to get a PC. I got to get it. Oh. That's when the masses start hitting. Starfield's different, yes, because it's a new IP. And I understand that argument that with new IP, you should have a bigger marketing campaign to get people. Todd Howard and Bethesda throw that all out the window. They are already known. And if they're not known, they're not going to be known just because you market it more. People aren't going to care as much anyways.
No.
There's going to be sci-fi fans that jump in because they see it's in space.
Yeah.
There's going to be all that happens organically. But Todd could still release this a month after announcement, after a deep dive, and be fine. Starfield will blow up. The streamers are going to be streaming. Think about the hundreds, thousands of hours of streaming that's going to go into this game, Steel, as people are exploring. And you go on Twitch and all of a sudden you see Starfield. And everybody's in a different place in the universe.
Yeah.
Nobody's playing the same damn game. Even though it's the same damn game, nobody's playing the same damn game. They're all doing some. Some are pirating. Some are building bases. Some are doing mainline. That's when the word goes out, bro.
And Andrew Wilkins brings up a good point. He says Starfield gives me No Man's Sky vibes. Bethesda's on a bad streak with games that haven't sold well lately. Redfall looks to just be okay to him, which is perfectly fine. Deathloop didn't cap because I got my detractors with that also. With Redfall also, and then Deathloop didn't captivate anyone. Though the only pushback, again, I'm not the Bethesda ZeniMax fan. The main pushback that I'll give you about a lot of Bethesda titles is that most of them are pretty highly rated, above 80 for sure. I know Deathloop was 90 or plus, I believe. I don't know if it's still at that, but it was also
it was game of the year.
It was a game of the year for a lot of people, and it was critically received. So it's one of those things to where, although the games may not have sold the greatest, there is something to be said again, and we've said this multiple times here. People are not and have not been looking at games the same as they traditionally have. And that's what the importance of a service like a Game Pass is, right? Where you can get people in, they try a game, and then they end up spending money on other games or going down the line and trying things that they may have not tried before. And the same thing in this example with Starfield and Arcane's other games and other Bethesda games. Once those games come into Game Pass, or become available to the Xbox ecosystem, we'll see whether those games truly hit or not. Because right now, you only have one half of a base that's speaking on these games. And traditionally, PlayStation gamers have not favored first-person games. Traditionally. That just has been the case. And has been the case for a long time. Whereas within the Xbox PC ecosystem, that is very different. Now, Deathloop is available on PC. People have played it. But again, it has been critically received. And no, nobody's talking about it years later, and nobody said it's the world's greatest game that was ever made, and whatever the case. But it doesn't have to be for a lot of people. But again, I'll use this reference. The same way that people feel about God of War being one of the best creative masterpieces ever made, I raise you an Elden Ring and say I enjoyed playing this game more, which is a third-party game. Matter of fact, I would dare say that I believe Elden Ring is a better overall game, in my opinion. Again, everything is going to be subjective to the gamer themselves. That's why I also always say you have to know what you stand for as a gamer. What do you like? How long have you been gaming? What kind of games have you traditionally played? Are you willing to jump on a ledge and maybe invest in some titles? I have. Over the 30 years that I've been gaming, I've made some investments in games that haven't been great. And I do regret some of them. But 95% of the time, I don't regret the games that I play because I make sure to know what I value as a gamer. Again, just a hobby, just a passion. To me, this isn't my life. This isn't my career. I would love for it to be. And even if it was, that wouldn't change. Because I think that's what makes us unique as gamers. We've taken this entire entertainment industry. We, as the consumer, have the most control to signify what's a success or not, and also have the opportunity to discuss the games that have been in development for 4+ years and are literally walking pieces of art. That will and forever will be my point. I appreciate games as games, and I want games to be just games. Are some going to be more movie-like? Sure. Are some going to be more the bottom end of the spectrum where you're like, sure. But you can't just eliminate history, for an example, especially from a developer that has created a genre of games. Skyrim, Oblivion, Fallout. These are all IPs within the Bethesda wheelhouse. Sure, they use the same engine or whichever the case. Outer Wilds? Outer Worlds, excuse me. Yeah, Outer Worlds. These are all games under the same wheelhouse that all offer something different. It'd be crazy to think that Starfield is going to be of that same ilk. That's all that I'm saying. You're muted, Pong.
Oh, I was saying, sorry, I was saying Outer Worlds is Obsidian, but I get your point. But that's and Blue Moon says I still don't get the No Man's Sky comparisons. In Blue Moon, I'm 100%. And anybody who dismisses Starfield as No Man's Sky, I can talk until I'm blue in the face. Do your research. Again, people don't, I could sit here and explain all the different reasons, but if you've played Skyrim, and you've played No Man's Sky, those are not the same game. And Starfield, again, I'm being very basic here, okay? Being very basic. I'm not, by no means am I absolutely saying this is just Skyrim in space, but Todd Howard himself described it as Skyrim in space as the easiest description. So I'm being very basic here. If you played Skyrim and you played No Man's Sky, you already know the difference between Starfield and No Man's Sky. Again, just because it's set in space, just because you're exploring, does not make it No Man's Sky. Just because you're collecting resources does not make it No Man's Sky. And again, you could say, well, the tool looks the same. Again, how many different ways do you want to be able to collect resources while you're in space? The future, most sci-fi, that's like saying all sci-fi books are the exact same because it's all been said before.
Star Trek and Star Wars are the exact same thing.
Right. That, again, that does not compute with me. And again, if that's how you're processing it, then all I can suggest is to go do the research because it's not even close to being the same game outside of being in space, flying a starship, and collecting resources. The base building is completely different from each other. Okay, all of that, the shipbuilding is completely different from each other. But of course, it's a space RPG. So are there going to be elements that have been done before? Of course, every element's been done. That's like saying Skyrim is the same as Final Fantasy. No, it's not. There's, again, just because they're RPGs, they're completely different. And that's the difference there. So no, I don't get it. But all we can go by is history. As a Bethesda fan, Again, Steel's not a Bethesda fan, but as a Bethesda fan, they are my top all-time developer. They've made my favorite games, okay? As that fan, right, I have faith in Todd Howard and the A-Team. Again, for the last time, for the people all the way in the back that haven't heard this yet or can't understand this, Fallout 76 did have Todd's name attached to it. He has to take responsibility for that. But he does that with many projects. Fallout 76 was a check-in project for him. It was not a hands-on project. He did not have his A-Team that he's currently working with on Starfield, that did Skyrim, that did Oblivion, that did Fallout 4, that did Fallout 3. That A-Team did not work on 76. They helped out in certain instances, but they were not hands-on with it the way that they are by designing a game from the ground up like they are here with Starfield. That's the difference. Fallout 76 is always the one that everybody goes back to. Outside of that, go back and look at the history of Bethesda titles. Again, Fallout 4 didn't hit the way they expected, still sold something like 20-some million copies. Was it the success that they wanted it to be after Fallout 3? No. Did they change, try to do something different a little bit in Fallout 4? Yep, they sure did. It didn't hit, but it still was a critical success. It still was a seller, a big-time seller. So again, Starfield, I'm just taking it from history, taking it as Todd Howard's brand new baby that he's been dreaming of doing for over 2 decades now, hand building from the ground up, all brand new lore, all brand new systems, all brand new engine. And I believe that this game is going to be genre defining again. And I believe that this is going to set the standard for Western RPGs. And I certainly believe it's going to set the standard for space sci-fi RPGs going forward that people are going to try to reach. And again, for Skyrim, we haven't seen a game reach Skyrim's level again. So I'm just going by that history. So that's it. Great conversations there.
1,000%. And Andrew brought up another good point. He was like, still rang with that logic. Sony shouldn't have stopped making Killzone because that franchise sold millions and many like those games. These companies want games to sell 15 million plus each time. Yeah, they may want that, but very few games do that.
Right.
And that's why I wrote back to him. Yeah, I was like, they do, but Sony stopped making Killzone because it didn't kill Halo. That's why they made Killzone, because they wanted a Halo killer. And I also stated, if Sony didn't take the online experience more seriously in their ecosystem, unfortunately. Right. Sony has also come out and stated through Jim Ryan that single players and their current consumers are not enough.
Correct. And I would argue still to that point.
Yeah.
Sony would be in a lot better spot had they continued the Killzone.
Yeah, they probably would have.
They are now.
Yeah, they probably would have been.
They'd be much more prepared to be doing the shift that they're doing to multiplayer had they continued with the Killzone or any of the other games that we've covered that they should have continued. But they didn't.
That's another
They
good
focused
point.
on solely one genre, which was highly successful in the last generation. Domination. Hands down.
Yeah.
Absolutely 100%. They became masters. They
1,000%.
found three studios that are masters at that genre. 4 studios, maybe 3, 4 that are masters at that genre.
Yeah.
And they milked it as any good business should. But what happened? They became dependent upon third parties for all the rest of their content. Yes, they still have their Ratchet and Clanks and that kind of stuff. I'm not taking anything away. But their main focus was that narrative, serious tone type game that made them kings. But now they need diversity. Now they're scrambling. Now they're fighting. Now Jim Ryan's flying everywhere trying to stop Microsoft from buying ABK because he's scared of losing Call of Duty.
And the concessions aren't enough.
Because he is
doubling down on it.
Because PlayStation is so reliant on third parties now. So I can argue that they would have been better off had they continued their diverse lineups. Had they continued their MotorStorm, at this point in 2023, they might have their Forza Horizon comparison. They chose not to. They mothballed it. Now they're scrambling. So here we are.
Yeah, and I agree. Sony is a victim of their success because it continues a little bit. And PlayStation being more popular means they have the most casual buyers. And that is also truth. And again, I mean, Sony's been in the industry for a very long time. They've also been making hardware for a very long time. So That's one aspect of it.
Hardware is their game.
And this is a point that I am going to disagree with Andrew, and then I'll kind of come off of it and move forward. He said, technically, Sony is the king of multiplayer on console because Factions still has many millions of players. I will have to disagree with that. Factions has become a very niche product, and there can be a good amount of people playing it. I would like to see if you got some numbers on that, to see how many people are playing Factions. Let me know, because I'll go get a PlayStation 4 tomorrow and play Factions if that's the case. But no, but to be completely serious, I'm waiting for the next iteration. Factions Factions did not hit for Sony the way that they needed it to. Factions did not become Gears. Factions did not become even as popular as Uncharted's multiplayer was. Although I do believe Factions, that's why I always will bring that back up in conversations, is one of Sony's diamonds that they have that they need to bring to the forefront, which is frustrating because how are you the king? What they are the king of is third-person games. How are you the king of third-person games and you did not double down, focus, and make sure that your multiplayer for your second game was ready? Oh, it became expansive, its own thing. Again, whatever the reason, great, I get it. Factions is niche though, guys, and Factions is not casual friendly. It is really not. It has the same issues that Gears has. It has the same issues that Uncharted had, that a Ghost Recon had if you got good at it. It had the same issues that Halo has. SOCOM. These are games that only a certain, not even a mass, a certain section of people play and stay committed to. Mm-hmm. So that's neither here nor there. I definitely appreciate all the conversation that's happening currently within the chat. And this is one of the greatest reasons why I love doing this every Saturday, because we don't only just get people who are focused one way, right? That's why I enjoy being non-console centric, because we get people that come in and speak on how they feel. Right? This is what you enjoy. This is what you like. This is what it should be about. Let's have a conversation about it. Let's chop it up. Let's see how we can dice it and how many different ways we can dice it. Doom Reaper, exactly. Only truly committed play Gears. Outside of the story, bro, like, unfortunately, Gears is not an easy game to play. That's been the number one complaint about Gears. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's too many sweaty people on there. Well, I mean, let's take some time to get used to. Again,
shoddy wall bounce. Shoddy wall bounce.
Yep. Oh, they fucking wall bouncing. I've been wall bouncing on cat. I have it in my profile. I've been wall bouncing on cat since 2006. I understand the frustration. And I've been playing multiplayer games since the 2000s, since 99 to 2000 on PC. Like, I get why people have these complaints. I understand. I had some of those same feelings. Again, this is a guy, I am a guy who had the perspective that single player games were casual games. I see things a little bit differently now because I have changed the perspective on how I look at games overall now, right? But I'm also an adult. So like, I have the availability to do that. I have more information to me than I ever had before. I've had more opportunity to play more games than I've ever had before, because we are in that age of accessibility, or like Pong says, the golden age of game.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And let's be real, there's only so many multiplayer games that can appeal to more than a select group of people when they finally filter out. That's why you only have so many Fortnites. That's why you only have so many Call of Duties. There's only so many games that get that. Most games like that, competitive games in general, not even just shooters, but competitive games in general, there gets to a certain point where you whittle down the fan base because there is that select group of people who go out of their way to become masters at that game, that play it daily, that continue to improve, that continue to develop a talent in that game, and it forces the casuals out because when they jump in, that's what they meet on the battlefield, and they get destroyed. And people don't like getting destroyed. And so it's very hard to create a game that continues to have mass appeal to not only sweaties, but also to casuals at the same time. There's only been so many Halos. There's only been so many Call of Duties. There's only been so many Fortnites for that reason, because eventually the hardcore take over. It's really, really tough as a new person or as somebody who only plays once a week or maybe once a month to jump in and have a good experience, because you aren't going to be on that level. No, you're not.
You're definitely not. And it's been proven, man. Again, I'll let you guys continue to talk about those things in chat, because I see y'all wrapped up. Y'all having a multiplayer conversation now. And again, that's a conversation on its own. I can have almost a 3-hour conversation about.
General Spartan, you're right. Sony was way ahead with Mag too.
Yeah. That was actually a good game. That was a good game too.
They were way ahead. They were ahead of the curve. And had they continued to, again, there's a kind of promote that game, maybe nowadays we might be seeing Mag as a big game. You never know. Like that's those missed opportunities. When you shutter and you mothball games and IPs, you sometimes miss waves. Again, MotorStorm hit before Horizon did, right? Am I wrong in that? I think MotorStorm was out before Horizon, right?
I believe so.
Maybe it was the same time. Maybe it was the same time when the first Horizon hit. But had they continued to expand upon the idea of MotorStorm, they could have a direct competitor to Horizon. I will continue to say that.
MotorStorm came out in 2006.
Okay.
So that would have came out way before Horizon.
Yeah. So they started again. They were early. It was not as expansive as Horizon by any stretch of imagination. Of course, it was totally different. It was dirt racing and all that kind of stuff.
Because the first Horizon didn't come out until 2012.
Thank you.
6 years later.
So it was that old. So MotorStorm could have been developed into a Horizon competitor. They had the nuts and bolts to do it. Again, different game when it came out.
Right.
But they could have shifted the focus and had their open world racer easily. So again, there's just missed opportunities like that when you don't have the foresight or the resources to continue with those types of games when they're early. So we've seen it with Microsoft. A lot of different.
Again, but that's what makes this industry so interesting, because there is that there are all those ebbs and flows. There is that dynamic, and as much as people want, this will always be and forever the thing that I can compare it to. PC gamers have wanted console games for a long time. Now that they're getting console games, are now trying to act like they're bougie and we don't want those consoles. Yes, you do. We're in fucking heaven right now. You know how great it is that I don't have to switch to my Xbox all the time. I can literally just turn them up. No matter what I'm doing on my computer, I can just boop. I want to play this game. I want to play. Monster Hunter Rise. Let me boot that up real quick. I don't have to do anything else. I'm already right here. It's right in front of me. I'm good to go. I want to play Halo now. Oh, great. I want to go play this now. Oh, great. It's there's accessibility everywhere. And I think that's the way that it should be. Again, and I don't see nothing wrong with PC being the ecosystem that gets everything.
Shout out to M. Gene, who just said he newly subscribed to us. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you being here. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. This is what we do every Saturday. So buckle up. This is what Steel and I do. 4 hours. Unless we got something going on.
Fortunately, unfortunately, I know many people may not agree with it, but I do feel like me and Pong, we hit many different angles on the topics that we do discuss. And I think that's one of the most unique things, because in case people are new here, me and Pong will get a lot of time just to chop it up behind the scenes and say, hey, man, this is what we're going to talk about this week. This is what, we're going to do this and this and this. No. What you're getting here is the most, people used to say this all the time. We used to have, who was that? When somebody in chat, it'd be like, every time y'all say organic, I'm gonna drink a beer.
Yeah, that's right. Beer. Was that Vic? Was it Vic?
I don't think that was Vic. It was somebody. He might have did it to you. He might have jumped into the game. But we truly believe this is some of the most organic gaming content that you can find on YouTube currently. Right, the authenticity, the RTS view is completely off the cuff. I don't feel like we repeat ourselves really a lot. If we do, we attack that subject. I think we attack it from a different angle, though. Try to talk. And it's most of the time, if we do, it's because we're involving the chat. Right, we're taking opinions and polling and just having a conversations.
And that's funny. You guys brought up in chat Dead Rising. Real quick, side thing.
True,
here.
It's another
Dead Rising, right? Did you guys see on Twitter? Did you see there's a site out there that goes back and finds games that were abandoned or canceled and digs for information? And they found out that Microsoft was working with Capcom on a new Dead Rising that was going to take on The Last of Us. They were going to totally transform Dead Rising, and Microsoft and Capcom were partnered, and they were going to do it.
Wow.
And then supposedly the higher ups at Capcom nixed the idea, but some of the dev team supposedly went behind the back and started working on it. And then Capcom's higher ups found out about it and fired everybody on the team and canceled the project. Some crazy shit, bro.
That is if that's true,
yeah,
that is fucking crazy,
isn't it?
Why didn't they allow that? Well, Capcom was also in dire straits,
and all that kind of stuff, and obviously, yeah. But supposedly, that's the story.
That kind of, if that is true, that would be very interesting, especially seeing how Capcom has like made a super bounce back. If they end up reconsidering that deal, especially with Monster Hunter Rise coming in, I wonder how well that game. Like, I don't know, man.
And that was back when Xbox was close to acquiring Capcom. Supposedly the deal was on the table, just needed to be signed. So obviously something went down, but yeah, that was crazy. I forgot to retweet the site, but it's out there. I saw somebody post it, and they got details on all these games.
I think
I said, they go back. Yeah.
Because stuff like that, conversation like that, or little nuggets like that are super dope because it shows you the possibilities of what could happen, what is happening. It's just like the whole Platinum Games and Scalebound thing right now, right? It's like as much as people try to downplay Platinum and everything, you can't say that they don't make fucking great games, like iconic games. Like you just can't. And if they do go back and make Scalebound again, maybe it's just me and Pong. I know there's some other people, but I'll start up another cult of the Scalebound elites. What I'm telling you, bro, watch that game come out and be one of the fucking greatest Devil May Cry dragon games that we've ever played.
Right?
I'm telling you, especially with how he was using the bit, like he would form into the. Anyway, I like I've heard some Xbox guys go out who nobody even cared about. I don't know who y'all were listening to, but maybe it's just your friend group. Because man, I was excited. I was like, this is fucking going to be the greatest game I've ever played. Especially with like co-op, the different dragon colors. Oh man, it could have been Panzer Dragoon mixed with Devil May Cry it could have been so many different. Like I hope, Platinum's A team. I really hope that they're going behind the scenes because man, I need some. But anyway, fun speculation, man. What's going on, baby? How you feeling? I know you were a little sick last night. Ray always said Scalebound is getting shadowed. At this point, they shouldn't talk about it at all, and that should be when they shadow drop. At an E3 or something, it just comes out of nowhere, Scalebound. You're like, what? What? You can play it now. You're like, yo, this is insane. Hopefully you feeling well though, man. No, you didn't cancel the show last night. You were feeling a little ill. Hey man, jump on that, get a little magnesium in your body, take some vitamin C, and relax, man. Kick your feet up, play some games. All right, let's see here. What else we got? We want to move on to next, Pong. What you thinking?
Oh man, where do you want to go?
Well, I know we have been about 3.5 hours live at this point. There might be some small things that we can touch on. I know we usually get pretty hungry.
There's a bunch. I mean, we can talk a little bit about Jim flying out, the lying situation that's supposedly coming. We haven't touched on ABK in a while. We can touch on that real quick. It doesn't have to be a big, long conversation. I mean, again, at this point, I don't think anything should surprise people about this ABK deal, about the politics behind it, about Sony's intent towards this at all. So I mean,
the one from Reuters.
I sent you a couple ones. Actually, also, and I'm sorry I didn't send them in order to you too.
You're good.
They were kind of out of order, but let's start with the Jim Ryan. Let's start with the Jim Ryan one. If you got the Jim Ryan one, and then I can bring in the Frank Shaw, who is the head of communications for Microsoft, and his tweets last night. It was like 1:00 in the morning when he tweeted this shit out.
So the one for Jim Ryan, this is on January 26th, where it states from Reuters. This article is written by Fu Yun Chi. Shout out to Reuters. Reuters does some good work. They can be kind of up and down, but they're usually pretty good as far as getting information out there. And the article reads as such: Sony's gaming chief met EU's Vestager on Microsoft's Activision deal. And they go on to say, let me see if I can bring this up for you guys here. A little bit smaller. There we go. Hopefully you guys can see that pretty well. So it goes on to say, on January 26th in Brussels, via Reuters, Sony's gaming chief, Jim Ryan, met EU antitrust chief Margith Vestager on Wednesday to discuss Microsoft's $69 billion bid for Call of Duty maker Activision Blizzard. A person familiar with the matter said on Thursday, the meeting came as the EU competition watchdog prepares to warn Microsoft this week about the potential anti-competitive effects of the US software giant and Xbox makers' acquisition in the biggest gaming industry deal in history. Facts. Again, something important to say that the number 2, number 3 in the industry is the one that's cutting the biggest deal. And yeah, you can say, well, they got the money to. The fact that they even felt it was worth it, I think it speaks pounds. Anyway, Microsoft is looking to Activision to help it compete better with leaders Tencent and Sony. I feel like it's really important that they actually put Tencent in this article because that is something that we cannot forget. And Tencent is working, they're kind of like the Illuminati, man. It's like, if y'all believe in that, they're working behind the scenes. Somebody's like pulling puppeteer work, there's somebody, and that's Tencent in this case, behind the gaming industry that's trying to make all the right investments and uphold certain people so that if they need help, hey, Tencent, man, I need a couple extra dollars. Kind of how it's been painting out. But I like the fact that they put it in this article. The latter has criticized the deal and even called for a regulatory veto, which they're mentioning Sony in this. The person declined to provide details of the discussion between Ryan and Vestager. The European Commission, which is scheduled to rule the deal by April 11th, did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The U.S. Federal Trade Commission has sued to block the deal, while UK regulators have also expressed some concern. And we have heard some new things coming out as far as some disagreements, per se.
The EU was going to start discussing remedies with Microsoft, and the FTC called them up and said, don't do that, and then filed their case. And so the FTC basically was pointed out, and again, paraphrasing, just an overview. It came out this week from business websites. The FTC actually used their power to stop the EU and CMA from talking remedies with Microsoft. That's why they went ahead and filed the case with themselves, of course. Not in federal court, but that's why they did that. So it was a political move.
Yeah, and then a lot of this is very political driven. Again, if you understand about the tech industry, just do a little bit of research. There's a lot going on behind the scenes. And again, I'll never be the one to say, oh, Microsoft is completely clean. It would be crazy to think that Microsoft doesn't have an underlying plan, but they are one of the main proponents trying to push the industry forward, trying to give people more access, trying to just do things differently. Because the competition has forced them to do so, right? We've gotten more and more information to come out that doing things the way that we're currently doing them isn't as
and fruitful. Their own failures.
Their own failures too. And again, if you don't want to continue to fail, then you have to change your business strategy. And a lot of these strategies are considered 10 years in advance, a decade in advance. And Microsoft felt like this was the best move for them to make. Again, I don't think them acquiring Activision Blizzard limits anything. If only, I think it adds more than anything. But again, I also do feel it is in Sony's right to try to fight this as best as possible, because at the end of the day, they're competition.
Yep.
And hey, Sony has come out and blatantly stated that they wanted to kill their competition.
Yep. And I always said, if I was in Sony's shoes, I'd be doing the same stuff, no matter how it looked to the rest of the world. I could care flipping less, man.
I'm trying
I
to get
care less. Nope. Yep. I'm trying to keep my business.
Yep. That's
flat out.
Especially when it's your like one of your number one businesses, right?
Yeah, I'm kicking people in the balls if necessary. Let's go. That's all it is.
There's another one. Which one did you want to pull up next? Because I have another one here from Bloomberg also.
No, I'll pull up the Frank Shaw tweet. So we heard about Jim going out there. We've also heard that the objections that are going to be given to Microsoft will not be heard publicly, will not be seen publicly. This is all going to be under wraps. Any objections and then Microsoft's response with remedies are going to be under wraps. So we will not get that information publicly. So we're going to have to hear it secondhand, and that kind of stuff. So it was interesting. Last night after, hearing about Jim flying out to the EU, the EC, to talk to them directly again, man, why he has garnered so much favor out there, I have no idea. But all that talk about what he was doing over in Europe when he was the head of PlayStation's Europe,
it happened.
He made a lot of friends over there, folks. Yeah. He must be calling in favors, something, because this man gets more airtime over there than anybody else. Dirt on PM and the PM on Thursday had a great little rant about this. He was cracking jokes nonstop about how they must be sick of seeing Jim show up at their door this whole time. So all that being said, what I wanted to get to here was Frank X Shaw on Twitter. At FX Shaw is his Twitter handle. He is the lead communications for Microsoft. This is dude way up the chain. This is a guy that obviously would not tweet this out at like midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning when he did without prior permission from the attorneys involved at ABK deal and Microsoft heads. So this was an interesting tweet thread that he put out. So he said, I hear Sony is briefing people in Brussels claiming Microsoft is unwilling to offer them parity for Call of Duty if we acquire Activision. Again, folks, remember, Sony has parity clauses. Everybody does. But Sony's parity clauses has come into question since we saw them publicly. They're a little interesting. But anyways, nothing could be further from the truth. We've been clear. We've offered Sony a 10-year deal to give them parity on timing, content, features, quality, playability, and any other aspect of the game. We've also said we're happy to make this enforceable through a contract, regulatory agreements, or other means. Sony is the console market leader, and it would defy business logic for us to exclude PlayStation gamers from the Call of Duty ecosystem. Our goal is to bring Call of Duty and other games, as we did with Minecraft, to more people around the world so they can play them where and how they want. He's calling Sony liars, flat out steal. This is Sony's lying.
It's also with Microsoft.
Right, but again, if that's the main point of this is he's putting out publicly what Jim is saying behind closed doors, supposedly.
Yeah.
Right? He's putting out there publicly. And again, this would have gone through approval. There's no way he would have tweeted this on his own without prior consent. Because again, this is a legal matter here. This is the biggest deal in Microsoft history, like Microsoft Corp history. Yeah. This is no joke, folks. So for him to put this out there, I got to give credence to it, even if it's coming from Microsoft's side of things. I got to lend credence to this. And I got to say that flat out, this is what Jim is going to these regulatory bodies and flat out misrepresenting a lot of what is being said here or what Microsoft is offering to try to shut down this deal. So I thought that was pretty big moment in this, and things are about to heat up even more.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is going to be a back and forth situation. Again, to me, especially with the FTC, Sony is a useful idiot in all of this that they found to base a lot of their arguments off of. The EC and the CMA, they don't have the same guidelines the FTC does. The FTC is trying to change laws, as we've talked about before, without going through the normal process to get your laws changed, which means bringing obviously things before going through the legislative process. They're trying to do that without that. They're trying to create their own new rules. And that's why you see business people speaking out on this all the time now. Business people around the world are worried about this. The FTC is overreaching, which of course I believe they are. And this doesn't just affect the video game industry. This affects acquisitions across all industries going forward, right? So that's why business people are worried. Listen, they're trying to stifle a dynamic industry right now that is growing. The FTC is trying to stifle that growth with these new laws. So other people look at this that aren't even a part of this industry and go, wait a minute. That's an industry that's still growing, that's still dynamic, that's ever changing. That's when you don't want to step in and cause change. But now the FTC is trying to do this to them. What's going to happen in our industry, right? What are they going to come for in our industry? So big waves being made. This is an ongoing situation. Again, hopefully within the next few months here, we'll have more clarity about which way this is going to go. Obviously, most of us still believe this is going to pass. There was another gentleman who came out and did an interview with Bloomberg or somebody, and he did a live interview, and they asked him about the deal, and he said that he still believes the deal passes because he thinks that Microsoft, if it comes down to it, will offer to give every single Activision Blizzard game for the next 10 years to multiplat. That they will sign a deal that says no exclusives whatsoever from Activision Blizzard for the next 10 years. And he thinks they will give up that whole pie to get this deal done, because that's how important long-term this deal is to Microsoft, which you and I have talked about many, many times, Steel, that long-term vision versus us as gamer vision is two different things. And the long-term goals that Microsoft has 10, 15, 20 years down the road override anything short-term, and they're willing to give up a lot to get that. And I think that's eventually what happens here.
Yeah, and I do agree. Siki brought up the point that that's too much after paying $69 billion. And again, for Microsoft, unfortunately, it is a stigma that they're going to have to deal with, right? And as the biggest tech company around the world, there is going to be certain things that they're going to have to do that other people won't. Depending on what side you sit on, or if you sit on all sides, or you just come into the table, depending on how you look at it, Xbox will always be behind PlayStation. Always and forever, unless something magically changes it. Even with the deal going through, it'd still be in second to third place. It doesn't change the dynamic of the industry currently. It may for the future, and I saw a lot of those points getting brought up too, that, it's about the cloud infrastructure, how that's going to be used for the future. And again, then why say that these deals can be looked back on later if they're going to be so concerned about what the future has in store right now about something you have no evidence about? Zero. Actually, it helps to benefit the consumer more. And I thought that was the entire point of your existence.
And the industry and the employees at Activision Blizzard and all of that. Yeah.
Like, there's all the people being let go throughout business in total, because again, I know a lot of people put them focus on Microsoft, but is the people being let go in this industry not a big enough de facto reason for you to understand what's going on, the possibilities, the potential to create more business here in the States that we currently still outsource? I think that's a fucking positive. Why is an American company getting the most stigma for trying to bring more business in and create more jobs potentially? That's the thing that's the other side of the coin that I don't get. Because it's Microsoft. Now we got to throw everything in the kitchen sink at them so they don't take over the world. Yeah. Well, fuck, Apple's going to take over the world before Microsoft does at this point, if we want to stick to sheep mentality. Like, if that's the conversation we're going to start having.
It's all about setting precedents. That's all it is. And Microsoft is useful in that case.
Yep.
They want to make Microsoft an example for the rest of big business.
Yes.
And they are a shining example as being one of the biggest companies in the entire world, that we can stick it to them. And all you other ones out there better watch out.
Yeah.
That's all they're doing. All they're doing, trying to change the laws.
At least that's the way it's been. That's the way that it continues to be portrayed to me. That is the way that I still continue to look at it. And again, as somebody who's just a fan of the industry overall, I want to see people be able to be safer in the space that they're creating the content that I love and enjoy on a day-to-day basis. I don't create this hobby. I don't take time away from, jumping on the bike or hanging with the kids or whatever the case may be. Although we're all gamers in the household, for nothing. I do it because I enjoy it. I enjoy this passion. And I want to see that continuously kind of grow. And I don't know. We'll get more information as things continue to go. Somebody did make a good point that Ray Oid, he brought up another good point that Phil in his recent interview with IGN Phil said he's even more confident than he was before with the ABK deal going through. And he has the most inside info. And I don't think that they're not confident that the deal isn't going to go through or not.
Yep.
They're not going to back out of this. I know some people were thinking, what if they just back out of it? What if there's too much trouble? I don't think that's going to end up happening. No. They're going to, if they need to make concessions, that they will make concessions. But what I do know is if that ends up being the case, one, I don't think Microsoft would care because this is going to bring them more revenue on the back end. And Microsoft can eat that up front. That's the unique thing about Microsoft. And again, you can use that as a detractor if you want to, but they can take a loss up front to make it up in the back end. They're all about that shit because they're looking into what the future possibilities are. Don't know where else I was going to want to go with that. I had a place, but I completely lost it. So I'll just kind of drop the ball right there. There was some other key points that he also said in the interview about, 343 and where they're currently at and the state of Halo and some other key points. And I'll never take anything away from Phil because he has brought Xbox more so to the forefront. But there is still a lot of things that Microsoft needs to work on internally if they're going to continue to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're building as they go. Yeah. Again, when you trailblaze, it's not all set for you. So they're learning a lot and they're rebuilding a whole division while they're doing it.
And that was the other thing that Phil brought up too in that interview. He was like, hey, with Game Pass and everything, I wish we had somebody to look to take as an example. And as many people try to use Netflix, Disney, whatever else subscription service, it's not the same, guys. Like
it's apples and oranges.
It's completely different from each other. Something that you're putting your own time and effort into versus something you're just watching on a television that traditionally has always been something you can step away from and come back later to. Like, it's completely different business models. And he said, hey, we're figuring it out as we go. Oh, this was the point that I was going to make. You'd be crazy to think that if they do have to make crazy amount of concessions for this deal to go through, if you think they're going to continue to play the game the way they've been trying to play, trying to be copacetic and nice. And I think that a lot of that, you're going to see a lot more deals get cut to really show you the difference of what they're trying to do versus what you guys are trying to fight for.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Agreed.
That's the biggest thing.
Agreed, Steel.
Let's see what else we got in here in this magical bag of tricks. Microsoft Satya coming out because they were talking about calling it. Satya Nadella came out and said that AI powered Microsoft Cloud new computing platform is basically their future. They're investing more into it.
We've talked about, sir, plenty of times. Cloud development is going to be a huge thing. They're going to use cloud. Now they're going to integrate AI across all divisions. That's why they made that investment into Chat AI or Chat GP. What is it? Chat GP, I think it is.
Yeah.
That's why they made that. Yeah. That's why they made the investment. AI is going to start controlling more and more. Again, there's a lot. We're
Buckle up, folks.
Bro. The dystopian future gets closer and closer every day, man. As much as we talk about it, they just continue to roll forward with it. So, but that's why they're doing all that. But again, as far as gaming goes, cloud is going to become more and more important. That's why they cut the deal with Kojima to make that as an example of what can be done within the cloud early on. They're in the early stages. but that is coming in the future, and it's going to be a big part of what Microsoft does and Xbox for sure.
Siki says real quick, you guys think the FTC would block it if Tencent bought APK?
Ooh, no,
I don't think so. I think that shit would have slid right on through.
Yep.
Why? Because they're not they're not considered as the main players in the industry.
Because
they're behind the scenes.
We're in bed with China so much. Too,
that too.
So
I mean, that too. Yeah.
There's
a lot of other fucked up things that go behind that.
Yeah. What else we got? Far Cry 7 and Far Cry multiplayer, Steel.
I did see some stuff about that.
It's in development.
I haven't been the guy that been into Far Cry. But to see that's Ubisoft, ain't it?
Yeah, that's Ubisoft.
See that they like they're in such dire straits that they were like, yeah, we got this coming out. Like that was just going to reinvigorate the people.
No, but they're trying to be clear with their roadmap, which is nice because they did that whole Assassin's Creed thing. Remember?
Yeah.
They did the whole roadmap for Assassin's Creed, so they're trying to inject confidence in what they're doing. What will be interesting to think about is whether or not they take Far Cry and go to a smaller experience, right? Like they're trying to do with Assassin's Creed. If they kind of pull back on the big open world, because of Far Cry 6, a lot of people were like, this is just too much. Again, just like Valhalla, it's too much. It's going to be interesting to see if they start cutting back on Far Cry 2 a little bit.
Yeah. So it's interesting to see they pulled that out. We did get some more information that Warhammer 40K Darktide is going to be
Fat Shark came out delayed,
continuously delayed further
for consoles.
I don't think they put another date on it. No. They came out and said, we take enormous pride in our ability at Fat Shark to deliver a game that millions can enjoy. This was what we set out to do with Warhammer 40K Darktide. Create a highly engaging and stable game with a level of depth that keeps you playing for weeks, not hours. And as somebody that's played it on PC, maybe it's just a game for me. It does fall quite short. This doesn't meet up to people's anticipation thus far, I would say. They go on to say, over the next few months, our sole focus is to address the feedback that many of you have. In particular, we will focus on delivering a complete crafting system, a more rewarding progression loop, and continue to work on the game's stability and performance optimization. If that doesn't tell you some of the things that I'm hinting at, just read through the lines, guys. Like it's off. It's kind of weird. This also means that we will delay our seasonal content rollout and the Xbox Series X and S launch. We will also suspend the upcoming release of premium cosmetics. We just couldn't continue down this path, knowing that we have not addressed many feedback areas in the game today.
Nice.
It's good to see that they're stepping out there and saying that things need to be changed and adjusted. But again, another game that wasn't ready.
Nope.
Far from. And as a matter of fact, you thought it was ready enough that you brought it to the people, and the people said, what the entire hell is this? And that's a problem. So, hopefully they get it right. Again, I was telling Pong a little bit in the back end that it does leave much to be desired. I kind of wish the game did have a first and third person kind of switch. It has this thing to where you go to third person when you get back to your main hub or whatever the case. You're walking around talking to people. It goes to third person there, and it goes to first person when you get into when you're in the action. We go out in the missions and stuff like that. I mean, again, it has a lot of good qualities to it. It was also very intense in moments. And it has a gameplay loop that could be addictive for some people. That is remnant of a Left 4 Dead back in the day. It has the potential to really bring that essence back to life. And hopefully they're able to hit that mark.
Yep.
We talked about Hogwarts a little bit.
Crew 3 coming, and they're changing it all up, folks. So Crew fans, be ready, because if you're a Crew fan, and there's a lot out there, like there's more than we like to think
actually
that play the Crew actually. It sounds like they're going to be changing some stuff up. Sounds like they might be going after Forza Horizon a little bit with this one.
They should.
It's not going to be Crew 3. They're changing the name. It's going to be Motorfest.
Oh,
Motorfest.
True Motorfest. No, fine.
Yeah, right. Well, Motor Storm was Sony's, but yeah, but Motorfest is coming. Data miners found out the information, and then some people reached out to Tom Henderson. Shout out to Tom Henderson at InsiderGaming.com. Again, does great work over there. Gets a lot of leaks. He was sent some pictures that he couldn't post publicly, but he did see them. Said that the Motorfest logo throughout the game, such as on electronic billboards, registration plates, and in the loading screen. It's understood that the game will have a new engine, and images provided clearly show that the game will take place on the Hawaii island of Oahu. Of course, there are some slight modifications to the island, but players should expect to see picture-perfect ocean blue seas and drive through high mountainous roads. So this was underneath the Project Orlando code name. And this is the one that Ubisoft was planning on fiscal year 2024. Tom Henderson followed this up with another tweet saying that right now they are shooting for September of 2023. So, but we know how Ubisoft releases have been. Hello, Skull and Bones. So we'll see. We'll see what they do with this, but right now they're shooting for September. So it might be Forza Motorsport versus Motorfest, which would be interesting to say the least. So want to get that one out there as well, as Steel disappears off the screen and doesn't come back.
No, I'm sure it sounded like somebody was pumping music outside my house. Like,
oh, okay.
What the hell are you doing pulling up to my house? Hell. But no, it looks like we're fine. But yeah, man, so a lot of great things seem to be happening here. But I think, pretty much that's the end of what we have for this week on Living Splitscreen. I think this is going to be the perfect opportunity for us to jump into our This Day in Gaming segment, again, where we go 30 years into the past and make Pong feel old.
Make me feel old, buddy.
But we go back, and because gaming is art and should be treated as such, we kind of want to reminisce, have people kind of reminisce a little bit where games were at and kind of where we're at now. Again, it's all about the perspective, right? As I look further on it every week, I'm more and more grateful that we're not playing games the way we used to, that they don't look the way they used to, and that we have moved forward. As much as I don't think that we have to get the photorealism and that everything has to look realistic, because that's just fucking boring. If I wanted real life, I'll just go outside. At least in my opinion. I know other people feel differently.
Mav, I agree. Sorry, Steel. Mav, I agree wholeheartedly. That was exactly what I thought of when I heard about the Crew 3s. I forgot to say it while I was talking about it, but yeah, it sounds like Drive Unlimited, Test Drive Unlimited.
Yeah. And
back in the day. Yep.
That game was actually pretty solid.
Oh, the game was fantastic.
The game was fucking solid. So, we'll see if they're able to hit that mark. Let's see. So let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. This day is up here.
Pause.
Oh, not up like that.
They got pills for that, Steel.
Oh my God. No, I don't need those things. And although I've been seeing more and more people pitch this blue chew shit, I haven't heard it. I just keep hearing more and more about it. I guess it's like Viagra, but I don't know what it is. Hey, nothing like having a good time. To pop a little something to have a good time. I feel like if you do start doing that though, you start becoming dependent on it.
Oh, of course you do.
That's not good.
It's a mental thing.
Not good. Some people just can't.
We're not promoting that whatsoever, folks. By the way.
No. You do your thing. Whatever is good for you. I'm all right naturally. I'm all right. All right. So January 28th on This Day in Gaming, we're starting 31 years ago. I turned 31 this year. This is going to 1992 with Romancing Saga in Japan releasing on the Super Nintendo.
Romancing Saga, man. That is a deep strategy game based on Dynasty Warriors. Yeah, deep strategy. You got to control your kingdom. You got to get married. You got to arrange marriages. You got to do all sorts of stuff. I've never put the time to get into it. I've looked at them 1 billion times, though, Steel. I've thought about it so many times. So,
dope. The next thing that ended up releasing in 1994 on the Super Nintendo was Brain Lord. Okay, well, shout out to Brain Lord. Then in 1994 in Japan, Super Nintendo released Majin Tensei. That sounds familiar. Then in 94, Super Nintendo released Ninja Warriors. Also sounds. The Ninja. Then in 1998, PlayStation released Final Fantasy Tactics. This is one of the Final Fantasy games that a lot of people say some great things about. Shout out to Final Fantasy Tactics. Then in 1999, this is actually when I'm thinking about my childhood, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Bandai on this one. Digimon World. This was a pretty fucking good game. This was actually like, yeah, if you're into Digimon, it was just pretty good. This was pretty good. It had more control.
I was doing something else. Did you say that Final Fantasy Tactics was on this date?
Yeah, 98.
98 in this date, Final Fantasy Tactics, yes. And you just rolled over it like that. The GOAT of all tactics games.
It's not the GOAT for me, but I was waiting for you to say something. You were quiet.
It's a GOAT. I was doing other things in the background here. So, but yes, no, Final Fantasy Tactics, the GOAT of all tactics games. I know Mav in chat there agrees with me. Shout out to Fun Speculation, brother. So yeah, no, Final Fantasy Tactics is the top of the heap right there. A fantastic game.
There you go. See. Then in 1999 in Japan, you got PlayStation released Landgrisser 4 and 5 Final Edition.
Really good series of RPGs. Very good series. Oh yes, very good. Underappreciated.
Let's see. Then in the year 2000, in Japan, you had Virtual Pro Wrestling 2 Odu Kaisho released on Nintendo 64. Okay. Then in 2001, PC released Oni.
Oh, is that the Rockstar?
I think so.
Is that the Rockstar? It's got to be. I hate
Action
to do it
beat 'em up 3D.
Anime style?
Yes.
Yes, that you know who made that?
Oh, Bungie?
Yep. Because you're reading it.
Yep.
But nobody knows that was a Bungie game.
I didn't know that.
That was when Rockstar was putting out so many different games. I played that back in the day on PlayStation. Oni was simply fantastic. And I didn't find out until years later that it was made by Bungie. Decades.
I got a 73 Metacritic then. Huh.
Yep. It wasn't received well, but it was a great game, man. Because that was before anime was big, right? So that was before anime was the mainstream it is now. And so us anime fans were a small group back then. But man, when that game came out, I played the hell out of that. So, but crazy that Bungie made that.
Yeah, no, that is super crazy. Yeah. Again, it shows you the pedigree of Bungie. I'm still not happy with them. I mean, again, people got smoke for 343. Where is that smoke for Bungie? Anyway, then in 2002, PlayStation 2 released Draken: The Ancient's Gates. Or Drakan. Not Drakan.
Drakan.
I remember that.
Drakan.
You stupid. Then in 2002, another one that people call a classic here. On Xbox, we got Genma Onimusha.
Onimusha. Played a lot of Onimusha too. So good.
Then in 2010, in Japan, on PlayStation 3, you got a game called Tonliko Koja Nell of RCL.
Okay.
On the PlayStation 3.
A little bit more smooth.
Okay. Tonliko Koja Nell of RCL.
Very good. There's the steal I know. You were doing Hooked on Phonics right there.
Yeah, I didn't know what the fuck this. They got Q's in front of O's and like R, AR.
I'm so glad you do this segment. I'm so glad.
This is so funny to me. Anyway, shout out to that game if y'all played that. Then in 2010, PlayStation 3 released Hustle Kings. It looks like a billboard game.
Pool?
Yeah.
Pool.
The pool. I always love a good pool game. I like playing pool in real life though.
Yeah, I used to play back in the day.
Then in 2010, the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 released Residents of Fate. Sounds familiar. I don't think I jumped in that.
Good game.
Then in 2010, PSP released Shiren the Wanderer. Okay.
Shiren the Wanderer?
Yeah, it was on PSP. It was a role-playing roguelike. made by Chunsoft.
Oh yeah, of course, Chunsoft. Of course, they did a lot back in the day. Resonance of Fate was fantastic. Sorry to go back to that.
Very good.
But I repicked it up for 360 because it's not backwards compatible. They did remake it HD version for PlayStation.
Oh, nice.
So anybody looking for a classic JRPG but with guns instead, I think you actually would like it still because it's a little bit of action turn-based combo. Okay. And you can do combos with your other characters in mid move, but they all have guns and it's all gun based. It's pretty fucking cool.
So, damn! See what's up with that?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
All right, and then we jump into 2014, where we had PlayStation 3, PlayStation Vita, and Xbox 360 release Dragon Ball Z: Battle of Z. Yeah, that's what I thought. I think I did end up playing. Shout out to Dragon Ball, forever keeping it consistent. Then in 2016, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, and PlayStation Vita released Dragon Quest Builders.
Yep, very popular. Could not get into it. I tried when it dropped into Game Pass. I tried.
Yeah, not for everybody.
Too much Minecrafty for me.
Yeah. Then in 2016, PC released Rabbi Ribby?
Rabbi Ribby.
Okay, that's why I was right. Rabbi Ribby. I was going to Rabbi Ribby? Maybe that's what
Rabbi
it was.
Ribby? You go with Rabbi Ribby.
Rabbi Ribby. I like that. Yeah, it was released on PC, so shout out to those who jumped into that. Then in 2019, the Android and iOS iPhone released Another Eden. All right.
Another Eden. Rabbi Ribby, by the way, 79% on Metacritic.
I see an 80 here. That's interesting.
Yeah. Good stuff.
I bet it did.
Yeah, got the girls in the bathing suits.
No, yeah, that's I bet
those generally score high.
Yeah, I bet they do.
got the animes. Got the waifus.
Man, I've been hearing some really. Anyway. I've been hearing some really weird stuff through like Twitter and just other spaces.
Yeah.
Like
hentai
becoming more popular for people. And like still images, and it's just like. Yeah. It's just it's so fucking weird to me, man. But whatever. To each their own. I'm not here to judge nobody. Anyway,
sure, we can judge certain people.
I mean, they're like on podcasts talking about sites and anyway.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, it's weird.
Anything goes. Steal anything goes. Let's go. All right. Anyways,
I think the saying that they made was, if there's a character in existence, it's been done.
Yep. Yeah.
You know what?
Yep.
I'm just gonna leave you guys right there.
Again, what was that? What was one of the? Oh my God, we're going way too long on this. But what was one of Pornhub's searches for anime? Wasn't it Dragon Quest Slime?
That may have been the case, but I think Overwatch was one.
Overwatch was one of them, but there was a weird Dragon Quest. I think it was Slime. The Slime from Dragon Quest was one of the top searches. Yo.
You wonder why people can't take people who watch anime seriously. Like,
I know,
because they all think we're that.
Yeah, that culture's got a whole nother lifestyle.
Anyway, then in 2020, PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One released Journey to the Savage Planet.
Very good game. It is now getting it up. By the way, hey, breaking news. Well, not breaking news. It came out this week though. Journey to Savage Planet, which I played when it was on Game Pass. I actually just picked up a physical copy off of Macari for, I think, $7. It is getting a current gen update with free DLC, and that's all going to be free for owners of Journey to the Savage Planet. Very colorful game. Game pops, exploration.
I heard it was
it's got some Metroidvania to it where you gain other powers and that kind of stuff. Journey to Savage Planet is an underappreciated game as well. Like I said, I just picked up the physical copy when I heard that they're going to do a current gen patch. And it's all going to be for free. So definitely think about that one if you're looking for something.
1,000%. Then also in 2020, this is one of my classics. I know a lot of people look back on it and say, oh, the game wasn't that fucking great. But this is one of the games that actually got me into tower defense games. Just there was so much that was available within the Warcraft 3. Like, I don't necessarily know. It was like light modding, but there's a lot of people who ended up being able to create other modes out of it. This is also the original where League of Legends kind of was birthed out of. Now Warcraft 3, of course, came out way back.
Yeah.
But this is what that Dota, Warcraft 3 is the reason why MOBAs are relevant today.
Correct.
You feel how you want to feel about it, take me from a word or not. I was there when it was happening. It used to be called Defense of the Ancients. Now it's become its own thing. And again, that's what League of Legends is based off of. But Warcraft 3 Reforged, I believe they redid it. And that dropped on Macintosh and P. It's always so weird to see Mac be called Mac.
Mac.
They just call it, because now it's just called Mac, even though it is short for Macintosh. It's just weird when people spell it out now.
Yep. My dad, the old Macintosh head. So, because he was doing
some fat backs.
Man. Mac. I played some games. I played, speaking of, off topic, but where are my sub simulators, Steel? Why do we not have submarine games anymore?
I don't know. I guess
back in the day, it was so cool, bro. Going hunting, like World War II submarine games where you go hunt ships, and you could spend hours. That's what I did. My dad's Macintosh. What was it called? God, it was something Hunter. I think there was a sub game, something Hunter. Anyways, where you go hunt down Nazi warships and shit, and you had to you had to load the torpedoes. You had to plan the shot out. You had to adjust. As the ship was moving, you get the ship's knottage. You'd have to, oh my God, you have to look through the periscope and find them. Yeah. And you could be out in the middle of the ocean for hours and not see anything. Bro, I miss sub games, man. Somebody do a good sub game. I can't imagine what that would look like nowadays. Can you imagine?
No, that'd be kind of dope, actually. Yeah,
I bet you they're on PC.
There might be. I haven't really looked. Gogol says Reforged was junk, worst Blizzard game ever. And again, a lot of people, if you were one of the people that were playing the base game by itself, no, the base game wasn't the world's greatest RTS. It just wasn't.
Darby says if I'm going to watch if I'm going to watch, it's going to be real porn, not anime.
Hey, shout out to that. Again, we're not monetized, so if they demonetize.
Silent Hunter, thank you, Gogo Poe and Decado coming through. Silent Hunter, thank you.
Good stuff, guys. Good stuff.
Somebody needs to make that game. Listen to me, industry. It's underutilized. It's not going to be for everybody. But go make a sub game, man. I'm telling you. God, that'd be so damn.
Hey, got the potential to do it now. For sure.
To look out for mines, bro. The ships would come hunt you if they had a destroyer with them. They would come and drop barrels into the water. Oh man, and you could hear the pings on the radar. Man, Hunt for Red October was such a great movie too.
Solid for sure. All right. Then in 2021, on Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 4, you had Disgaea 6: Defiance of Destiny. That was released.
You already know my love for Disgaea. It's gotta come to Xbox. It's gotta come to Xbox.
Then in 2021, you had PC and the Xbox Series X release The Medium. Shout out to the people who enjoy playing The Medium.
Yeah, I like The Medium. I enjoyed the hell out of The Medium. Played 80% through.
I still think that I don't have nothing negative to say about the game. I do think that dev did. I think it was dope for them to try to do something different.
Yeah.
And it didn't land for everybody, but I do think it did. It was over 80 though on Metacritic. No, it was a 71. Damn.
Yeah, 71. It didn't score well.
So it didn't hit for everybody, but hey, I'd like to see devs do something different.
It was a game. It was a horror game I could play still. It was all psychological. It was all psychological, so I could play through it. So that was good shit.
Then in 2022, Nintendo Switch released Pokemon Legends Arceus. This is the Pokemon game that got me back into playing Pokemon games. Although I can still admittedly say I'm just not there with those types of games anymore. I do want to see more of an action-oriented game now from them, which is we're getting something like that in Power World. We'll see how that game hits. We'll see. That game will tell me if, even though that game's going to have guns in it, and I think that's hilarious, but it is going to display whether something like that would work. I can honestly say that Pokemon just isn't the same as it was for me back in the day. But I'm glad to see that they do something different again with the new one with Violet and Scarlet. The fact that I was able to jump online with my brother, and we were able to run around and hunt Pokemon together. That's going to be from memory that I'll forever take. Glad to see them do that, but nonetheless, need to work on that performance. Then in 2022, you had PlayStation 5 release Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection. Hey, Neil said he's not doing any more fucking Uncharted, guys. He said, fuck that shit. It's over with. It's done. Nah, anyway. But yeah, and this is also Uncharted supposed to be coming to PC. I can't recall if it did already. The Legacy of Thieves collection is supposed to be coming. I think
it's already out, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's already out.
It may be. I stopped kind of paying attention to it. I do want to give some of those Uncharted games a play again, because a lot of that they withdrew a comparison with Tomb Raider, and I was more on the side of Tomb Raider. And I didn't really want to play other games that tried to be Tomb Raider when I got Tomb Raider. But not to say that the games weren't good. I know a lot of people say, hey, those games are top of the line. But they're more, that movie style that Sony's traditionally known for. But I heard they were solid games. That was your This Day in Gaming segment, ladies and gentlemen. This was episode 89 of Living Splitscreen. We're getting closer and closer to the end of the second season. Going into the third, we'll probably be right around there by the time E3 rolls around. So guys, be in tune for that. Again, everybody that joined us live, even if you joined us behind the stage 15 minutes early, I say 15 minutes early, but we go live right at 9 o'clock Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time. We spend about 15 minutes just making sure everything is good to go, set up, and just chopping it up with the chat. Because again, if it wasn't for you guys, we'd just be talking to ourselves here, man. And the fact that you guys show up on a week-to-week basis, you have the conversation that you have. Again, today is another great example of what I like to see in my chats, or just in a chat overall. People just having conversation, people to be able to hit multiple different angles. Are you frozen, Pong? Oh, no. Okay, yeah. I thought you were frozen. No, you're good. You muted yourself again.
I said I'm looking up submarine games.
Oh, so. You're a fool. But again, today's chat was another great example. Shout out to the new people that have been tuning in. Please hit that like button, hit that sub if you can. It just helps with the algorithms or whatnot. And hopefully you guys enjoyed yourselves here. Again, this is Living Splitscreen, non-console structured platform. We talk about everything going on within the gaming industry. And if there's anything that you guys feel like we can improve on, or if you didn't like, or if you did like, let us know in the comments down below. Hit us up on the audio side of things. Let us know if we're ass and you feel like things could be better. Maybe we repeated ourselves too much and you're like, damn it, Pong and Steel, 4 hours of bullshit. No. But if that's how you feel.
That's what we do here.
Yeah.
We do bullshit.
I don't think we ramble, but not compared to some other places. But I don't think I won't call it bullshit. I think we do it at a very.
I say that in the nicest of terms.
Yeah, I know. I know what you mean.
Two dudes, gamers, enthusiasts, just chopping it up about the industry. That's all.
Yeah, which is always a beautiful thing to see, and the fact that you guys care so much that even if you turn in out for the 4 hours, or if you just come back and you have to go through the timestamps again, find the section that works best for you. And the fact that you tune in and all is a blessing to me. So with that said, you can find me, Steel Rain, everywhere that has a search bar. I make it real easy. You can type it into Google, but I frequent the streets of Twitter and Xbox, the Xbox ecosystem mainly, until PlayStation releases factions, because that's probably going to be the only thing. Or unless, if they bring fucking Venom to life and they do it right, that might be another one that pulls me in day one. We'll see. But with that being said, I Steel Rain, the T is a 7, and that is Rain spelled REIGN, because some people think that spells region, but I just want to clarify that does spell rain, Steel Rain. So again, I Steel Rain, the T is a 7. And other than that, Paul, I want to thank you again, brother, for just another week, just rocking it out on the podcast. Us getting it in again. I always feel rejuvenated doing this show here with you, brother. And the way that we just have conversation, the way that we talk about different subjects, is something that I'm always forever grateful for, because I feel like we're some open-minded people. But with that said, Pong, lead the people to victory. Let them know where they can find you. And again, much love to you. Here with me.
What a fantastic day, Steel. Again, just like you said, hanging out with one of my favorite people in the entire world on a Saturday morning into the afternoon, talking about my favorite hobby, video games, getting the chat involved. And again, chat, you guys were lively again today, seeing new faces. Again, shout out to MG who subbed during the show. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. That's what we like to see here. Steel and I haven't had explosive growth the way you see other channels do, because we don't console war here.
We also do giveaways consistently.
We don't do giveaways. We don't have guests as of yet on here, so we don't bring in people that way, which again, some people would argue is a terrible way to do things. We don't care. Steel and I created a show for us, and this is the way we were rolling, and we're happy with it, and we just love having everybody show up here live and the steady growth elsewhere when you guys are listening to it afterwards. So if you are listening to this in the future, again, just because you weren't here live, nothing but love and respect to all of you, no matter where you're listening, when you're listening to this. So thank you all for being here with Steel and I for Living Splitscreen on another beautiful Saturday. Listen, you guys can find me Pong Soul on Xbox, Pong Soul on Twitter. You all know the drills there. Tomorrow, actually tonight, let's start tonight, the Shop Podcast. Of course, PTK, Blam, Fuzzy Belvedere, and myself will be back at it. Of course, we're going to be discussing the developer direct there and some other topics tonight. It's going to be an easy, chill night over at the Shop Podcast. As always, got to check it out. PTK has been doing it for 6 years. We have a great time on Saturday nights. I don't know if we have a guest yet or not tonight, but listen, just come on by. 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time. Check us out. I think you're going to like what you hear over there.
Hey,
and then, yeah.
By the way, Pong, I will be with you guys tonight.
Oh, you are on tonight, aren't you? God dang it. So you get a double dose of Living Splitscreen. You get me and Steel. You get a much more cut down version
for sure,
of Steel and I on the Shop Podcast. We control ourselves when we're on other shows. So yeah, Steel's joining us. God dang it, Steel. You've been popping up all over the place. You popped up on Boom Show the other day. Hey, man, listen, it's going to be a great time, especially since Steel's going to be there. So that's going to be awesome. I just saw the tweet now from PTK, actually.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. So be there tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time. Tomorrow, I don't think it's been officially announced yet. I was checking Twitter for that as well. It hasn't been officially announced, but keep your eyes open. It should go up sometime today, I would imagine. But I will have an extra show tomorrow evening. You guys can probably guess it. It's not my first time over there, but it's a great time anyways. Another one-on-one show, so it's going to be a fun time tomorrow on Sunday. Go Talk Live, Bonzarelli. So I will be there tomorrow night, and of course, that's going to be awesome because we got a lot to talk about. And then Tuesday, it is going to be back at Xbox Factor Podcast, although I probably won't be there this week. It doesn't matter. It's Double Barrel Gaming. It's Mr. Boomstick, the best, one of the best in the community, 5 days a week. But Xbox Factor on Tuesdays is fantastic, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Great lunchtime show for everybody. All good things green, so be there on Tuesdays. Thursdays, it's PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM. I believe as of right now, we are back to the two-man show. We did have a surprise guest this week in Dirt Griggity. Mav set that up late, but normally it's me and Mav with a guest from here from time to time. 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time, over on Fun Speculations channel. Man, we have got a great community we're building over there too, man. It's such a good time on PM to PM. So be there on Thursday night. And then Friday nights, we did not have an Xbox Ultimate last night because Mav was underneath the weather. Again, hope you're feeling better, brother. But we are normally there Friday nights, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time on Xbox Ultimate Fun Speculations channel. Again, every Friday night. Be there. We go every which way. We laugh a lot. You never know what's going to be said on that show. That is not a family-friendly show in any way, shape, or form. But we do talk gaming as well. So be there on Friday nights and then back here Saturday morning for Living Splitscreen next week with my brother from another Steel Rain. Everybody, it is the golden age of gaming, people. It really, truly is. No matter what genre you're into, no matter what you like to play, where you like to play, how you like to play, games are dropping weekly at this point. And it is the best time to be a gamer. So get out there, enjoy it. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Play what you love what you play. And I'm going to talk to you all real soon tonight. Talk to you then. Later. Steel, get us out of here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the beautiful people, like I said, see us tonight on the Shop Podcast with PTK, Blam, and other than that, we'll see you on episode 90 of Living Splitscreen. Again, your non-console essential platform, going live every Saturday at 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time. Much love, ladies and gentlemen. Stay safe. Peace.
Later.
Ow. Oh.